And we're live. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the 5th annual hexconference.com. I'm your host, Maddie Allen. We've got a great show for you tonight. We've got amazing speakers from all around the Hex ecosystem. And so, yeah, really excited to be doing this again, a second night in a row out of 4 nights. Yesterday, we had an amazing first day to the conference, and I think today will be no exception. We're streaming this live on my channel, as well as twitter.com/hexconference, as well as many of the speakers' YouTube channels. So first off, I would like to thank the sponsors of the conference, fiat.io, as well as texitcoin.org and Actuator Finance. And throughout the conference, you'll hear from all those names. And but the majority of the content here will be focused on Hex. So without any further ado, I will bring up our first panel and go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. Share this out, even if you're not a speaker. Every share counts. And thanks everybody for being here.
She told me I did a hex on her. If she don't got hex, then it's next on her. Too many bullies I had, I gotta flex on them. If they wanna see the proof, I got a dex on them. Young Hexican trying to shift the paradigm. I was in the trenches trying to get close to the paradise. Worry about your own bag, I'm fully aware of mine. Certified and verified, I'm yachting on the ocean and my phone is using maritime. No filet mignon, but I stake money. Liquidity provided, I feel like I'm Poseidon. Loudest when you're losing, when you're winning, they be quiet. These are just the thoughts that I be thinking when I'm driving. Dreams of flying private, I've been high vibing. High school parties, why wasn't I invited? Now I got 2 biddies asking me when I'm arriving. E-hex, P-hex, money multiplying. Haters fabricate, but dog, the numbers isn't lying. I must have ate a Mario shroom, I'm feeling giant. Shoulda never gave me no rules, I feel defiant. I feel the...
What's up, guys?
Howdy.
Hello. How is everyone?
Good. So pumped.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. Should we try that again? How is everyone?
Yeah.
I was muted.
Oh, okay. That's why intensity was lacking.
What's up, everybody? I'm stoked. I'm excited to be here. You know,
I'm excited to have you guys on, and I'll let you guys take it away as this is your panel. Thanks for being here.
Howdy, gents.
Hello.
What's up, y'all?
And this is our panel to talk about Texit coin. No, wait.
You're doing it wrong.
Oh, goodbye, Tobi.
This is the Hex conference right here. Yes. So.
Hex conference. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
So
I can't show my own token while dumping it simultaneously. I have to wait for the false conference. All right.
That's a great start.
Yeah, right.
So, what do we want to talk about? Watches or what?
Oh, God.
Okay. I will make a small comment about that. Papah shared that tweet with me, and my immediate thought was, I'm going to retweet this and say, "Breaking news: Hexicans FUD own bags again with fake news." Because isn't it from like a tabloid or something? It's like, what? Come on! It's like, who's tweeting that? It's like, that's not a verified story, as far as I could tell.
Well, you know what? Even if it were, I noticed that there were some Daytonas and some Piquettes, but they didn't get no rainbows, bitch.
Did they show like a Finnish guy like holding up the watches, like like a drug raid?
Yeah. Somebody pocketed the real ones, like the good ones. You know?
Nah, I don't believe any of this. It's like, send me some evidence.
Even if it is real,
send me one of the watches and then I'll confirm.
Yeah. But it's not like compared to the SEC or to the Interpol FUD. This is nothing, right? Like,
no,
it's like watches. Somebody broke into his house and stole his watches. That's what you're telling me? Yeah, that's not really newsworthy. I don't think they report every break and enter in Finland, do they?
Yeah, I don't know if it's what I saw was that they were saying that the Finnish authorities or the tax authority in Finland confiscated those.
Yes, that's what
not that they were stolen. Instead. And so and it was from some sort of tabloid source. So it was just like, come on, guys. It's like, let's just be, I don't know. It's like, I've noticed a lot lately. You guys have probably seen it as well. And I get it. It's like, we're in the depths of the bear. It's been a long one. It's a lot of FUD. It's, the price action's been rough because it's like, we get a little pump, see a little hope, and then, it comes back down. And I mean, you got to realize it's like, because I always equate things by my total dollars invested. And there was a time not long ago when my total dollars invested, believe it or not, even though I'm a day 2 OG, bad word, I know, but I was actually in the red for the first time since I started. And that sucked. That felt really bad. And, and I've got friends and family that were deeply in the red. Now I'm actually up like a 2 or 3x. But I was up like a 5 or 6x. So when I went from like in the red to up, to where I am now, I was elated. But then when I went up above that by about a 2x and then back down to the same spot, I found myself feeling like, oh man. And I'm like, wait, check myself for a moment. I'm literally at the same figure I was when I felt great about it like a month or 2 ago. Why is it like bothersome now just because we were a 2x higher like a month ago before, another pullback? And we've been through so many of them. So it's like, I think it's all perspective. We're not out of the woods yet on a number of fronts. But the bear's not over for alts, I think. Typically what's the series? It's like Bitcoin tops first, ETH tops second, then you have your alt season, right? So if like that all stays the same, what are we kvetching about?
It's like that classic Bitcoin meme. So it's like Bitcoin at 100K, and then it's like shows the supermodel, and then it goes, up to like, 110K, and then it comes back down to 100K, and then it's like, supermodel on meth. So it's just like it's the same spot. You were just like there like a couple weeks ago. It just feels different because you came there from a different direction. So yeah, long game. It is what it is, and if we're not used to it now with this cryptocurrency token, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Unless this is just like a sympathy club, and
it's a commiseration, the HEX commiseration conference. But yeah, it's not. Obviously, for me, I don't want to get on here and just be a cheerleader and be like rah rah. It's like I think we have to be earnest and honest about like the state of the community. It's like obviously there's some drama. Obviously, people are feeling some kind of way. We can't just ignore that because that's annoying. Like if there's, it's like, what's the meme where the guy's typing, it's like, everything's fine. And like, everything's burning around. It's like, I hate that shit. It's like, I prefer to just be real about it. Like, and when you can be real about it, then I think that you can kind of put it in the right context. Right. So it's like, I think there's a lot of things have been overblown. A lot of people getting, chased down with the masses with pitchforks and torches like Maddie, God love him for doing a 5th conference. Maddie, I think, is not only a personal friend of mine, but I think one of the best Hexicans. He has put in time and effort and his own money for years. And it's just hilarious to me that people are so quick to just like, jump on him without really knowing the full story about, various things. Maddie would probably say himself that he maybe had made a misstep or two. If he had some things to do over, maybe he would do them differently. But you know what? We're all fucking human at the end of the day. And, and not everyone can be squeaky clean. I don't know anybody that, hasn't mentioned another token here or there.
Well, hold on a second. Fast Abdul and myself are perfect, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we never show other tokens.
No.
We only talk about HEX and not other protocols that we may or may not have built on the Pulse chain.
Right. And see, and that's good. But that's good. Like we should talk about things that are on Pulse chain. We should encourage building and stuff. And we should also encourage due diligence, right? We should encourage people to do their research. One of the things that I always do with everybody is like, hey, DJ, what's up?
What the heck? What the heck is going on? Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year, man. Welcome.
What, you having a What the Hex panel without me? What is going on?
I know, right? Well,
tried to shake you,
never.
But you got the link somehow, damn it.
Hey,
He
found us, damn it. But what I was going to say is like, anytime that I talk about anything or like, because I'm trying to be encouraging to people that are building on Pulse chain and trying to bring eyeballs and doing it the right way. But personally, and this is what I always put out there, it's like 98 plus, probably 98.5, 99%, depending on valuations at any given moment of my portfolio is in RH tokens. Do I have degen bags? Yes, I do. But I just don't talk about them because I don't want to give people false confidence, because inevitably people will do as you say, not as you do. So I can say all day long, hey, look at these guys that are building other things. They probably got a pretty solid hex staking ladder, and they've probably got a bunch of RH core tokens, and then they're doing this other thing. And then you come in and all you're going to do is ape into the other thing. It's like, maybe look at what they're doing and then maybe emulate that. That's how they got into a position to where they could do the new thing. So that's what I think is lacking a bit, is that, we don't kind of pause and interject that whenever we're talking about these new projects, that, maybe something to look at as, if you want to equate it to like blue chips in a particular market, the RH core would be the blue chips of the pulse chain ecosystem. No? So it's like, that to me seems like the best place to be. That's my own personal opinion, not financial advice. Do your own research, but I mean, I think that that's what's lacking a lot when we see people start talking about other tokens, and then people jump on them and be like, "Oh, you're promoting other tokens. You're evil. Get the pitchfork. Get the noose. String them up." And it's like, well, no. It's like, maybe everybody just calm down for a minute and think about, the fact that we're here in the Hex community for a reason, because we all have bags and we all believe in the Richard Hart tenets, the sci-vibe stuff, the philosophy of it all. Because believe me, if this was just an investment, I would have probably been gone a long time ago, to be frank. And
the representative from Ohio would like to yield the remainder of his time to anyone else.
Right.
How you doing, Cabana?
Oh, hello. How are
I just want to get mine out of the way first, and then I'm going to shut up. You guys have the rest of the
yeah, right. I've never seen that before.
I mean, I already chatted a little bit, but you know what fixes a lot of the negativity and back and forth is green candles, and we are the last to have those. And it was nice, when we pumped up to like 3 cents ish, and I think that was like a natural level. I'd always said like 2 to 3 cents is going to be like the next thing to get through, and of course the timeliest of interpolish FUD occurred there, and now we're just stuck under the 2 cent thing again. So and then everyone gets negative and just throws barbs at one another, and it's just like, what, people like Maddie could choose to not do this, not spend his time, and just find something better to do than complain about guys who want to do something to help your bags. No matter if you don't agree with the person all the time, or never agree, at least don't complain about somebody wanting to pump your bags up. Would you rather him FUD? Like, a lot of people would, actually, as we led off this segment with. But it's like, I know it's tough. It's not all bright and fluffy like Tobi was saying. Like, I like to bring a degree of realism when I speak and to my show, and I will never be that moon boy hopium hex to $27 in 2026 guy, but I think we'll all take a 10x, a 100x, whatever. First we got to crawl before we can walk again, and that's evidently a lot of the community has stuck around. I mean, I see all these names in we're 50 year of this conference, and all the names in the chat, all these guys on screen, all the other conference speakers. So it's heartening to see, this as a reminder every, year or multiple times a year, that Maddie puts these things together. And the founder of the coin just tweeted. So that's he's still there, probably watching. Hello, Richard.
Hi,
Richard. Yeah,
I love you.
Cabana, just to build on what you said there, and to try to kind of recap where we've been in the last 5 years, and why this community is so freaking magical. Magical, such a weird way to describe this community. Viral.
I go get my Mickey Mouse ears.
Yeah, right, exactly. Legitimate, genuine. Remember when we fought against everyone because we saw that people were blowing us out of proportion or misreading it or throwing in FUD from nowhere or saying that Richard was a scammer without any kind of supporting evidence. we were known in the cryptosphere as piranhas because we would come to each other's aid immediately. And that really showed the cohesion in the community. Now, we may hate each other, like Tobi and I hate each other.
That's why I got you on the clock.
Excellent. Hey, apparently I've got 10 more minutes if I'm going to go up to where you were.
It's a really slow hourglass.
Yeah. The point is, I think that we've become smarter, and we've learned a lot from all the FUD and galvanized ourselves because of that. Most recently, Charles Hoskins getting things wrong and then throwing out, little glib remarks that really have an impact on how people view us, but not doing his research. And we dogpiled right on him, as we always do, but we've upped that game quite a bit. Instead of calling him names and stuff, we simply provide evidence. Nuclear Herbs provides legal, foundation between, these off-the-cuff remarks that he doesn't freaking even look at. And then, but I think that's what I'd really like to see again, is for us to remember that, hey, Tobi may be a closet Nazi, but I love him because he's a Hexagon.
Easy.
Yeah.
I'm confirmed.
Wow. Okay then. No comment on that.
I'm just joking about that, by the way. I'm just joking.
No.
Yeah.
That he's a Hexagon?
No, it's DJ.
No, I'm a very
not.
not.
Gotcha.
It's just coincidence.
Giving an example. We have lots of conflicting views. Yeah, right. Anyway, that's my feeling. Is remember that 5 years of slogging it out, right?
Hey DJ, it's just like a Thursday. What the hex? And the Papah goes on, and then dead air.
Also, what's this background noise? Is somebody streaming from a Steam room, or don't you?
Yeah,
hear this?
it's me. It's
your air
me.
conditioning.
I'm steaming actually.
Isn't that typical of people in crypto from the outside looking in on Hex? Like the latest example that you brought up, Carl Salesman, like getting it wrong again, and it's just like, oh my gosh! And then people point it's like I brought this up like a week or two ago. People point to the EHEX chart when they talk down on Hex, and it's just like, again, you're showing your lack of depth of intelligence by coming at us with the old chart of the older coin. Shout out to all you EHEXkins, no offense, but yeah, anyway.
That was one takeaway I had from yesterday's conversation with Shill Gates, where he actually explained that I think it was him, that the X algorithm is made in such a way that based by the people you follow and the tweets you're interacting with, you get shown all the hex and pulse chain stuff. So guys in the community, we get to see every little, new coin that launches or rug, the exploit or whatever happens. And people on the outside of our community, but in crypto, don't get to see any of this because the X algorithm just wouldn't show it to them. That made me really think that we should spend all of our energy in reaching out, getting the brand out, getting the name out, getting, things like this conference, showcasing the community, showcasing the rich at hardcore coins. That's what we should spend all of our energy on, and not the stupid infighting and arguing. It's really what I feel, and it's true.
Agreed. But like when the red candles come, the knives come out, and that's just human emotion. It is normal, and you can just see it in people because they'll be holding hands and singing Kumbaya, and then there's a red candle, and they're all pointing at each other. You did it. It's your fault, and that's okay. It's part of the game, but like it's also part of the game that people are gonna pile on. It's how bullies work. They see weakness, they attack, right? So like that tweet from Charles, it totally seemed like weakness to me. Like that he was being a bully. So I responded to him with a picture of the Millennium Falcon. I was like, Charles, they could be coming for you next. Join the rebellion, man. Because that's the truth. It's happened to Uniswap, SEC. Uniswap was a snitch for the SEC, and then the SEC turned and went after Uniswap, right? could be the same thing for Cardano. So let's do some hand holding instead of attacking each other. With that being said, how about some positive news, guys?
Waiting.
Bro, we're at the depths.
Man, I tell you what, it's like 5 years of uptime,
low
right?
Sentiment.
Think about it, 5 years of uptime. It's like flawless operation, right? And it's like I get the jokes about like Hex users unaffected, but the reality of it is like his very simple and elegant smart contract that is Hex has worked perfectly as designed since launch. And then all of a sudden he copies Ethereum, creates Pulse Chain, and we have 2 copies of our Hex bags, and they are both operating exactly as designed. I mean, it's amazing to me how many things out there have copied staking. I mean, look at it. Think of what you could stake prior to what Richard did and how that was involved, right? And then afterward, how many bad copies of Hex have there been, right, since then? And how many of those have failed terribly? Pretty much all of them. And people could say, oh, well, you're 99% down from the top. And I love Sami, but man, bro, the only way that anybody's down 95, 98, whatever percent is if they literally bought the top and did not stake, right? So it's like, you got to do the math, right? Most people DCA in. Some people were here way early, like me, and I DCA'd up and over the top, and my highest buy was 34 cents. So I mean, did I wreck my cost average? Certainly, but I'm not 99% down. I'm not. It's not going to take that much to get me back to my previous portfolio all-time high because I kept DCAing and I kept staking. So one of the things that I'm kind of infamous for, and I blabbed about, was that I had about 20 million Hex liquid at the top. I had a stake come out. That would have equated to around $10 million. And I didn't need the money at the time and was really excited about the Pulse copy on the way, 2 weeks away, right? And I decided I had some gaps in my staking ladder 5, 6, 7 years down the line. So I kicked it down the road. Now, people are like, oh my God, what an idiot. Why didn't you sell the top? Well, guess what? That 20 million Hex is already worth over 50 million Hex. And I've got it on 2 chains. So it's not going to have to get back to even a combined 56 cents for that same stake to be worth $10 million again, right? So it's like, that's what people forget about staking. And one of the things that's so elegant and beautiful about it is that it's literally like DCAing without adding any more money. You're lowering your cost basis as you continue to generate yield from your Hex stakes. And then there's things like Hedron and other stuff where you have ancillary benefit of having your Hex stakes. So, I think that, to DJ's point earlier, I think, we need to really focus on making sure a lot of these new people that, we've gotten eyeballs on the system and they've come in, maybe it was a meme coin, maybe it was whatever, and now they're in Pulse Chain, but they don't understand Hex. And it's because if you look at the percentage of Hex streams that were about education, like look back at the Telegram days, me and Papah and so many other Funding Gym, Kareem, so many guys, Nenad, like so many people, like unnamed heroes back in the Telegram chat days. And in that Pulse Chain chat, even when it kicked off, we had hours and hours and hours around the clock where we would monitor and answer questions and get people steered in the right directions so they could understand the mechanisms of it all. They could understand the staking ladder, the benefits of it, and T-shares and how they work. And then even the streaming was, so much of it was that educational stuff. And we were super stoked about it. And it was way fun watching as the price went up and your bags were going up because you were staked. And then now think about what percentage of streams are even that T-shares even get mentioned, So I think, and at the risk of sounding like an old fuddy-duddy, it's like, I think there's something to be said about going back to basics a bit, because I know, had I not sacrificed for Pulse and had I not had a fair percentage of my Hex staked, I would have been wrecked, but that saved me. Having Hex stakes that I could not panic and sell, or try to dump when it was on a pump and continue to pump, saved me. And being able to sacrifice when I did absolutely saved me. And then I was able to now use that Pulse to validate for going on 18 months. There's so much opportunity here, and the nuances of it get lost because it's not shiny and new and exciting. but I think when you dig into it, it gets exciting. Like when people start to understand the math, like when I talk to them and the light bulb goes on and they get it, like it clicks finally. Super excited.
The thing is, all this content is out there. You know, if you go to Hex Scout, you can have a look at the infamous Dream wallet, right? Kareem the Dream. Have a look at his staking ladder, which to this day I still believe that's the best way on how to do it. You know, yield or earn the maximum benefit from the maximum possible bonus. You know, there's one stake in there, and I confirm that this is true because I have one like that too. There's like 2 million hex that's staked out for 11 years, and that's a stake that I started after big payday, so that's without the big payday bonus. So this stake today, after what is it now, 4 years in, 2 million staked out for 11 years, that's already 6.5 million hex out of the 2 million principal, and it's projected to be 17 million by the time the stake matures. And when I hear these notions that I'm seeing popping up in the community lately, where they say, "Oh, staking is retarded," right? That's one of the trend words that I'm seeing out there on Twitter. Staking hex is retarded. No, like I would struggle to buy these 6.5 million that I now have on that stake. You know, on 2 chains, like Tobi said, on Pulse chain. Like I cannot buy that with what's left at the end of my paycheck. I'm a working guy, you know, 9 to 5, let alone the 17 million. If that projection is correct and if that would work, I would not be able to buy that. But I'm getting that just by being staked without having to DCA with additional fiat. It's just a brilliant system. And you know, 2 million principal is now 6.5. That's that 38% APY year by year by year that keeps getting added to your stack. I just have one stake like that. I'm not a big player, but the Dream Wallet has 10 or 15 stakes like that. Just imagine, you know, what's that going to look like when these stakes mature after the 10 years. But me having just one of these, I can confirm that this is real and this is working, and I see it in my wallet, you know. So whoever says this is stupid or retarded or is not yielding any profit, I don't know. After all this information, you know, 5 years Hex anniversary, all these streams, all this, Kareem has been out there flexing the wallet, explaining how it's done. Like, it's mind-boggling to me that we still haven't pushed through to some people. It's frustrating.
You ended it with a very positive note.
There you go.
Well, it can be frustrating, but it's like I think it's a matter of repetition, and it's like, and I mean,
and perspective too. Because
yeah, please.
Like T-share rate. What are we like? Well, was it? Yeah, T-share rate is almost what 40,000. That started at 10,000 5 years ago.
Yeah.
10,000.
Oh, yeah.
So it only gets harder for this to do. So nobody can do technically what DJ did or Kareem did or whatever, but you see that long-term benefit of staking if you choose to do that. So it's just going to get harder for everybody else to do it. Now the hex per T-share is going up nicely as well, so that's nice. But you know, these are, you know, examples of what it can do and what it still can do if you know, decide to throw it out long enough. The system works and it's not going anywhere. So
That
stake today, right? you cannot replicate, but because the T-share, as you said, rate has gone up so much, but it's still good, you know.
Abdul?
Yeah, with way more principal, yes.
Also with Maximus DAO tokens, right? Tokenized hex stakes, it's a thing. So there's ways you can participate with staked hex without staking your hex, right? So we have the Maximus DAO and we have the actuator protocol. So there's 2 ways that you can basically stay liquid but have the equivalent of staked hex in your wallet. So, and the Maxi token is a 15-year stake that started a couple years ago, so it wouldn't be the same as starting on day 1, but it would certainly give you a jump start versus starting today. But there is one flaw in the plan, is that if you have a liquid hex stake in your wallet, it doesn't save you from yourself, right? because you do have the option to press the sell button. So if you feel you need that option or that you can handle that option, then those are great products. But if you want the feature of not having to look at the chart ever until your stake is up, then regular hex is probably the way to go.
Well, and I think the percentage breakdown too, and like I know Nerd Girl has been a big proponent of this when she was talking more about hex, 90% staked, 10% liquid, you know, and then that way you always have a fair portion of your bag liquid in case there's some monumental pump. And then that's kind of the point of a staking ladder, right? I mean, a staking ladder doesn't have to be yearly, you know, it's like my staking ladder is quarterly. So I know I've always got stakes coming out every 3 months. So I'm going to have some liquid available, and then I can decide at that point, do I want to sit on it? Because I think, you know, that short bull run is on the way, because typically what is it like, you know, 50 days is usually like, that's it. And then that's really kind of like the run up, and then it's, you know, gradually down for the next 3 or 4 years. So, you know, to have that capability and that option while still generating yield is, you know, is what has worked really nicely for me. You know, and it's, and not to disparage any other options for people, Abdul, it's like, you know, I appreciate that people enjoy those products, but to me, it's like one of the things that I really resonated with me with Richard was counterparty risk. You know, it's like, I just really am I mean, not that I don't participate in some other things that are not Richard Heart tokens or products, but you know, the vast majority, as I said earlier, 98.5% or so of my bags are RH Core tokens, and that includes like yield farming on PulseX, that includes validating, and that includes hex stakes on both chains. And it's like, you know, I just feel more confident personally in the stuff that he has built than, God forbid, you know, there being something that is amiss with, you know, trying to outthink the master, so to speak.
I think those are valid points, but like when you talk about counterparty risk, like there's a big difference between hex and PulseX. There's a big difference between hex and liquidity providing anywhere, right? Like now, liquidity providing is a great thing to do, a great way to make money if you know what you're doing. But like the counterparty risk of hex is by far lower than the counterparty risk of PulseX. It is probably the most pure immutable token that actually has functions. It's not just a meme coin that I know of. As far as it does what the code says, the code can never be changed. Something like PulseX, well, like obviously there's some things that can be changed. Farms can be added, farms can be removed, all those things. Hex doesn't have those features. It just is what it is.
Yeah,
that's why hex are my biggest bags.
There we go.
Fast Abdul, I got a question for you and the rest of you guys. Why do you think that all the copycats and anybody that's tried to replicate this type of mechanic have failed so miserably, where hex has survived and continues to thrive?
Yes, let's do an autopsy.
Is it the psychology behind it? No, I want to know, because it really I think that's a big benefit to the whole hex thing. It's a great foundation. We were taught these lessons, and we're the only ones that can implement it. I mean, no one else can. Why are we successful?
Community. We have the community. They can replicate the coin. You can copy paste the code, but you can't copy paste the community. The community is the asset, not the code. I think a smart guy said that once.
Yep.
Yep.
It's true.
The community is the glue, though. So that's why I like this the FUD stuff and the red candles. Like it you know, doesn't help anybody, of course, but yeah, it's just magnified when, you know, it's as elongated bearishly as, you know, we've been in, you know, this slump since the SEC thing, and yeah, it's just once we get out of it, I think we'll come out that much harder. But it's just a matter of when and keeping, you know, this community together, like events like Maddie's doing here with, you know, the HEX Conference, and, you know, every other streamer out there. So many of the original streamers are still here. The plane just crashed.
Sorry, that was my dog tripping over a lamp cord that I have, trying to illuminate my green screen. Yeah. So I'd like, you know, did you guys see the behind the scenes thing with Rachel, crypto fashion coder, the other day? Yeah. It was like a short. and it showed like this super professional setup with like the fancy lights. Dude, you should see mine. It's ridiculous. It's like I've got like extension cords running around. It's like crazy fire hazard, like old lamps hanging in weird ways to try to light myself. So yeah, and then
dude, you've been doing this for like 10 years or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm an OG. I'm a rich OG, right? Yikes.
Let's run a sacrifice
but I tell you what,
for Tobi to get some lights.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Sacrifice? Someone say sacrifice?
No sacrifice. Gifts. No sacrifice. But hey, to Cabana's point though, it's like I know, and you know, all due respect to anyone that's ever done military service, it's like I didn't do that myself, but I have many friends that have, and have tremendous respect for anyone that sacrificed in those ways. But to me, as a non-serving citizen, it kind of feels like war buddies, right? Like, I mean, we were here, you know, a lot of us for that run up, and that was one kind of fun, and that was one kind of camaraderie. And it's kind of like, I equate it to that scene in Boogie Nights when they're all doing blow, or the two, Roller Girl and the other, I can't remember her name, Juliet, I can't think of her last name. Great actress. Anyhow, they're in the bedroom and they're doing blow, and they're so they like each other so much. Like the Roller Girl character is looking at the other one, it's like, can you be my mom? Like, can I just be your daughter? Like, and they were like just so like glued to each other because of the high, right? And it's like, and that's kind of like what the Bull Run was like. Like everybody loved everybody, and it's like everyone was. I mean, there were people hugging each other that probably never met before that, you know, meetup. And everyone was just so excited. And that's one kind of like glue, right? But just like Boogie Nights, things go bad. And then, you know, people are getting shot. Like, you know, things are falling apart. It's not so great.
Wait. But, is that the only scene that you can remember from Boogie Nights?
No, there are plenty.
So,
there are plenty. There are plenty. But I mean, I'm just using that as an example of how like people will get glued together when there's a lot of endorphins, right? And there's tons of endorphins when we're pumping and people are hex flexing and you're high fiving and everybody's feeling like they're rich on paper, or maybe even they cashed out and actually are, you know, got a bunch of money to show for their efforts. The flip side is the people that are still here, guys like you, guys like Maddie putting these things together, us still, you know, trying to fight the good fight, even though we're all feeling the same amount of pain in our bags. You know, and still holding on to the vision, and not just to pump our bags, but because it's like we really feel like this DeFi thing is legit and can change the world, and it is the future. And you know what Richard's created is at the epicenter of it, right? And once those the gatekeepers fall away, and we can get the kind of adoption that I think we all know is that we're capable of, and you know maybe the centralized exchange listings come. And, you know, the market cap ranking sites finally like take us off of page 300 or whatever the hell. And all that stuff happens. That's great. But for those new people, it's like you kind of missed most of it because you should have been here in the trenches with us, right? And you should have like, you know, maybe invested some time in educating yourself, because it's like I was thinking recently about how many people, new onboards that I talked to or potential onboards that aren't quite in yet. And I'm thinking to myself, man, these guys are going to drag their feet. And it's going to be just a few months or however long, maybe it'll be next year this time. And and they're going to say something and I'm going to be like, yep, that was 100X ago, bro. It's like, but if you want to, I can still teach you how to do it. And that's not to say that there's still not upside from there, but it's like, you know, having endured, you know, what we've endured has not only bonded us, I think, in a weird way, you know, because I really feel a kinship with all these guys and so many more in the community. It's going to be that much sweeter when we win together and know that we didn't disappear. We didn't turn, you know, we weren't turncoats. We stayed loyal, and we, you know, yeah, maybe we encouraged other projects and maybe we talked about some other things here and there, but at the heart of it is Hex and the founder that created it and the things that he taught us and beat into our heads over and over. And then like a good little cult, you know, we spread the word and, you know, and indoctrinated others. And I think that we just need to continue to do that. Right. And if we focus on the good stuff and the education, I mean, to me, I feel like 5 years has flown by, you know, I mean, looking at some old pictures, it looks like 20 years have gone by. I'm definitely aged.
Yeah.
But,
we all have aged in this bear market.
But otherwise it feels like, yeah, you know, so Briz is asking someone to interrupt me, so please, anyone.
Thank you, Briz.
Thank you, Briz. Yes.
The biz with Briz.
Yeah, the biz with Briz.
What comes next, guys? That's the question.
I think that's a great question. My answer to that would be we don't know what our cycle looks like until we pump. We don't
We do
know
have some
what
history
type of
to look
style
at,
we're.
though, right? Like history may not repeat itself, but it rhymes, I think is the saying.
Mhm. So we're not due for anything until everything kind of is smoldering in the ashes, and then the floor is lavas type of things. Is that what you're thinking?
It could be a thing, yeah.
Could be
Like
a thing.
right now, like compared to a lot of chains, like there's a lot of chains that aren't doing very much right now, let alone a lot of coins. Now there's specific things like everybody, like gamblers only talk about their wins, right? They never talk about their losses. So you bought one of the 17 coins you bought on Solana didn't rug, and you made 7x's on it. That's the one you're going to talk about, right? But like when you have something like Hex and Pulse Chain, where you have these core tokens that won't be rugs, it's a lot better than being in those other 16 coins that guy bought that got rugged, even though he did a 7x on one of them. So I think sometimes things have to be put in perspective. If it's not great everywhere, just because we're having a bad day doesn't mean that everywhere else is awesome. It is not awesome everywhere else. This has been a hard cycle for lots of chains. The Pulse chain is the only chain that has the community we have. So I feel like in the end, that's what's going to make it so that we win. Because we will all still be here when everybody else has run screaming from Solana. The Pulse chain will still be here. There'll still be these same 5 old guys on the screen, and we'll still be talking about Hex and Pulse chain.
Yep. And Fast Abdul, you've filled my vacancy quite well on Game Theory Gang, so this feels a little like a Game Theory point to bring up. Is people like to speculate, what's going to happen with the investments in ETH, right? ETH pumps to 12K, 15K. Some TA experts out there say that it could go to 25K. Especially if Bitcoin hits 250K, right? 10-to-1 ratio, not outside the realm of possibility. So let's say that happens, right? And people like to speculate. And then what happens to those bags get rotated back in? Here's something I just thought that maybe we haven't discussed or people don't talk about much. We don't necessarily need any of that money to come back in, and we certainly don't need all of it to come back in. It could literally be a situation where the floor is lava, like Papah said. Everybody we've topped in Bitcoin, we've topped in Ethereum, the alts have had their run. Everybody in the Hex community is coming unglued, like, wait, we haven't run yet. What's going on? And it could be the perfect storm where that's the scenario that plays out. And then just with some little injections of capital from some wallets out there that make us the green candle because everything else is red. The floor is lava. And then the organicness of it.
Need that. We just need 2 weeks without terrible FUD. And we'll see green candles again. That's
right,
it.
Yeah. Good luck, bro.
No,
our own
we should
community
at
will
least
pull it out of the fucking garbage can and bring it up.
We
So
should
it's
at least get
we're
something.
always going to have fun.
We should at least get something in the coming weeks, I would think, one way or another, whether it's partial or what have you. Reading a lot of views out there. I think the one about at least dismissing Hex holds the most weight to me. Now, what Pulse Chain, Pulse X, could go on, but I think Nuclear Herbs said it best. And I asked him, probably a month or two ago when I was talking to him, I was like, "What is, if the judge came back with a ruling immediately, that would probably mean either one way or the other, no, this thing's going all the way, or immediate dismissal." Well, it's taken more than the 60 days. It's now in that 90-day window, which is looking like that's what's going to happen. So there's probably a good bit of write-up and explaining in there. I would guess, if it's one way or the other, if this thing, no dismissal, proceeds, as usual, that would have been easy to figure out and write up. Full dismissal, probably same thing. So there's probably hopefully lots of thought in there, because she seemed to have very good questions at the hearing. And I anticipate a well thought out, brief or whatever you call it, with in regards to what we have going forward. And I think we can, if it's positive, at least on one coin like out of all of them, I do believe it would be Hex. Then that jumpstart could be all it takes to get this thing going a little bit. Yes,
Can
we
you
have.
elaborate on that for new people? Why would it be Hex? Why would Hex not? If only one of the coins was kicked out of the case, why would Hex be?
Like sacrifice language and just the way that those two were launched and the funds that came in regarding those, I think.
But basically, Hex was here way before any of that stuff ever happened, right?
Might be more gray. And it was like the adoption amplifier was a totally different process. So
yeah, fair enough. So yeah, if they're attacking sacrifices, it wasn't part of that process. So yeah, that's my understanding as well. But yeah, I'm certainly not a lawyer, not legal or medical advice here.
I am not either.
Fair enough.
Hey,
I just read things on the internet from smart people, and that is what I have put together from the collective that I have read.
Another thing, I'm sorry to branch off on what you just said about the case. Somebody said to me, hey, if Trump comes in and all this SEC things gets rejiggered and we don't get don't get a full, dismissal of the case, then that's bad stuff. And I said, no. I would rather that we win on our own merits because could you imagine the FUD that we'll have to deal with after the fact? Oh, no, it's a rigged system and you just got thrown out with the bathwater. So it was a blanket type of thing. And you didn't deserve to get forgiven for this whole thing because truly Richard is guilty of all this, whatever. I'd like to see it, partially dismissed and then continue on until we actually seek justice on our own terms. I would love that. I want Richard to have those bragging rights as well.
Yep, that could be the best of both worlds. I can see that.
Yeah, that'd be the best of like the long scenario, but it's like I know that I looked into XRP when to compare, when the SEC thing came out. We were just getting ready to launch the highest of stakes with the premiere, and then boom, the news hits that the SEC thing's coming out. So like talking about taking the wind out of your sails, like we're 2 days before the premiere, and then that happens. In a certain way, it was like great promotional, just like lots of free press, but like also not great, right? And the chart shows you that. And then we've been under that cloud. So I'm like, well, how did XRP fare? Because it's like they were under the gun, like literally an active investigation where they were, much more involved than Richard's case through a bull market. And like what happened there? And from their lows, they 6x'd, even though the case had not resolved, right? So, not great, but they did something, they pumped. And, obviously they've done better since, the case has been dismissed. So my concern would be, if this does drag on for another year or so and we miss the bull market, so to speak, that could kind of play into what I was talking about with Fast Abdul a moment ago, that everything else is shot its shot. The case has run its course. Richard, is vindicated on all counts, which is the best outcome because then it's like it's done and dusted. It's been decided by a court. And then, we're the only green show in town, right? At that point. And then people are looking for yield. They're looking for gains and everything else is already in its bear. So, that
I don't think we're going to miss the bull market. I think that's we don't want to put that message out because I don't think that's a likely scenario. Just my opinion.
I share that view.
A lot of stuff going on here, and if that dismissal comes in early, like I suspect that will result in green candles, right? So,
that's absolutely what I prefer. I'm just like to Papa's point about a long, letting it play out and the whole case going to fruition. That's going to take time, right? So it's like I'm trying to put a silver lining on that cloud, that shitty cloud. I would prefer a full dismissal. Right?
Like we get like Hex could be dismissed, and then the other two go to court. We get a Hex pump, and then he wins the court case for Pulse X and Pulse. We get that pump, and then he goes and kicks the crap out of theoretically, metaphorically, out of the government in Finland.
Let me clarify. Yeah, let me clarify, Toby and everybody. What I meant was a partial dismissal, if that's the way that it goes. Then I'd rather that the other portion not be, just dismissed, kicked out by a new SEC, rather than completely, go through the whole system. I don't want to see somebody point fingers at us and say that, we got an unfair, tipping of the scale because of a friendly SEC, whereas they make mistakes, and this is proof positive they make mistakes. I want to see it go all the way through if it's going to go through. I would love for everything to be dismissed today. But in the case that it's only partial, let's play it out.
But don't you
Or
guys
the new
think we are
administration
in a...
just takes over and
Yeah,
tosses it then.
I was
and
going to
that's
say that.
That's a win as well. So,
That's what I'm thinking. It's like, I don't know where you're coming from, Papa, with that nonsense.
No, I was going to say that.
Hear me out, Cabana. What I mean is,
I know what you mean. I'm just saying I would take that as a win as well, because at that point it doesn't matter. I know what you mean. You want the official dub to play the game and do it.
The paper. I want the paper.
I want the
smack
game.
him upside
I will
the head
take the
with.
game called because we're ahead by 1 run in the 5th inning or whatever.
Right.
I'll take that because
I'll take the run rule
comes
finish.
from the league and is deemed a win.
There's one problem with all that, and this is the one thing that I want. With prejudice on paper, I want that.
Oh, I got
so I can, that's what I desire, and I don't want any fudsters to come out and say, no, but I want to smack them upside the head with that paper and say, with motherfucking prejudice.
Dude, they'll still come. There's still going to be fudsters.
Yeah, there will always be, but at least we would have that in our pocket.
That would help. That would help to a degree, but we have lots of other things to stick their noses in, and they still dismiss it and just continue with the FUD and the hate.
The last thing I would want to hate for, and I think Abdul was, mentioning this or touching on it, is the trying to pump in a bear. Like that's the last ditch hopium, if I've ever heard it, because when the bear actually comes, people will sell anything. They will, people want to think that their Bitcoin, is, unstoppable and won't get sold and, is the safe asset. They want to think gold is a safe asset. All of that stuff gets sold when people need funds or panic or get margin called. And it's not going to change with any other crypto, in my opinion. Could be wrong. Would be awesome if I was wrong. But I would not want to rely or hope for that.
Agreed. I'm pretty sure Richard probably knows that too. He seems like he's a pretty sharp guy. So I suspect his 4D chess plans likely include market behavior in them.
Agreed.
I mean, we have the new administration coming in. We've got nation states now talking about, if we zoom out a little, building crypto reserves. This is all positive stuff. Like nobody dreamt of seeing this 2 years ago. So the space evolves so quick. And if all this happens, Ethereum has still not moved. We're sitting in a very nice place, everybody. I think we have the great founder that we have. We have a working product, 5 years proven track records, true DeFi, no middleman, nothing. So there's so many positives here. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. One thing I wanted to say with the outreach marketing, one more time, if I'm looking at these Solana guys, there are thousands and thousands of degens trading these meme coins, NFTs, shitcoins for lack of better word, on Solana. If they can get onto, you need a DEX, you need to operate a wallet to get these meme coins. They are not on centralized exchanges. I mean, granted, the main Solana coin is on almost every exchange, so that's an easy entry drug, yes. But then to make these degen plays, you have to use a DEX, you have to use a wallet. So don't anybody tell me it's difficult to bridge into Pulse Chain. If they can do these things, these pump and dumps one day up and gone the next day, but like hundreds of thousands of people doing that. That's why I think the space as such is still not aware of what we've got going on. And there's just so much more work to be done in terms of outreach marketing. And Rich just tweeted 30 minutes ago the HEX postcards competition, so he's shedding a light on that, what is currently, that's another way, very old school though, in the year 2025, but it seems to be working. So it's that kind of stuff. And also conferences like this, RG3's conference in Vegas, all these things are helping. They're pumping the bags, they're not destroying anything. So yeah,
agreed. Yeah. What about, like you mentioned, getting onto Pulse Chain? People having difficulty with that. How do you guys get on? What's the best way? Or have you just been here forever? Oh, hey, Maddie.
We've been here for 25 years.
Sometimes it feels like it.
It's a long bear market. But like getting on the Pulse Chain, I have never had a lot of difficulty. Like there's the Richard Hart bridge. You can bridge on with no fee except for the ETH it costs to make the move. And if you bridge on ETH or DAI or USDC or USDT, there's tons of liquidity. And that's the only trick I've ever needed. I can buy ETH anywhere, like on centralized exchanges all over the place, and then I can bridge it directly to the Pulse Chain and buy Pulse HEX, whatever I want.
Yeah, it's really super easy, so I don't see that as an obstacle. Whoever's saying, you know, I think DJ, if people on Solana can do it, then you know we can certainly do it.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for doing this great panel. I really enjoyed your guys' talk. And
thank you for using your guys's correctly, Maddie, because that's the key point that we like to propagate at the What the Hex show. We always use you guys the right way.
You guys.
Y'all are too kind.
He's already gone full Texas with the y'all. Check him out.
There you go.
Thanks, Maddie. I really like being on the conference. Appreciate all the work you do.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
So we'll do some music for our transition, and then the next section is testimonials. And so we'll hear from 10 different hexagons for about 6 minutes each, with or without me on screen. And so looking forward to this. And again, peace out to y'all.
Insane staking on ETH and Post. We on 2 chains, 100 coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bar HEX for 4 years. Try to DCA. Got Post chain, Post HEX. Try to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA and in the Post chain. Bar HEX for 4 years. Try to DCA. Got Post chain, Post HEX. Try to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar HEX for 4 years. Try to DCA. Got Post chain, Post HEX. Try to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA and in the Post chain. Bar HEX for 4 years. Try to DCA. Got Post chain, Post HEX. Try to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches, so you go from rags to bitches.
Hey, how's it going, Crypto Stylist?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So I'm really excited to have you on the stream. I know that over there in Europe it must be pretty late, but I'm really glad you're able to join us.
You know, actually, I'm in Asia, so it's morning here. So yeah, the time zone worked out for the conference this year because it's like during my daytime, the entire thing. So that's really great. And thank you, Maddie, for doing this for the 5th year. I really appreciate. I know it's a lot of work, and I think that it's a great gift that and it's a great contribution to the HEX community and to, you know, really pump all our bags by putting together this conference. And not to mention, I think it really helps morale. It's, you know, it's been a very long bear market, but I'm very much looking forward to what's to come. And, you know, I think that this conference is a great way to kick off the year and to kick off into, you know, the beginnings of the bull market.
Totally. Yeah. Well, thanks. And thank you for participating multiple years now. So what's on your mind this year?
Well, you know, I was rewatching the stream from the conference. I don't know if it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when you interviewed Richard for a long time.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really interesting to go back. And I really recommend for everybody to go back and watch it. A large segment of that stream was Richard talking about the Howey test. You know, and he talks a lot about that. So, you know, I think that it's really should at least give people the confidence that in terms of what he's going through now with the SEC is that, you know, both him and I know that his lawyers are very, very, very well informed. And I think that he's kind of always anticipated that was a possibility that, you know, he could be under scrutiny by the SEC. And I feel that he's super prepared. He's very knowledgeable. He's studied this
yeah.
area. So I thought that gave me a lot of confidence, one. So it was such a good interview. And the other thing that he said, Maddie, that I thought was really interesting is he talked about how it's so much less risk when you buy cheap coins. So when you buy the bottom of the price as opposed to buying the top of the price. And the reason why I bring that up is, obviously we've been through a bear market. We've experienced a little bit of a dip recently. And, it doesn't feel good ever to buy on a dip when it's red. It never feels good to watch the value of your bags go down. But, it just makes a lot of sense that there's less risk to buy cheap coins. And if you look at HEX now, I was looking at, and I know that this community doesn't really believe in market caps, but just to give a sense of relativity, the market cap of HEX right now on Pulse Chain is 8.5 billion, and the market cap of Bitcoin is 1.92 trillion, right? So if you're looking in terms of whether or not, what the upside potential is for HEX, HEX is the better Bitcoin, right? That is the pitch, right? So we have another, 225x left to go to catch up to Bitcoin. So that's a massive potential. And then I also just did Pulse for fun because Pulse is the fork of Ethereum. Pulse's market cap right now is 6.2 billion. And for Ethereum is 409 billion. So we're 65x, there's 65x potential to catch up to Ethereum. So I just wanted to give people that sense of now is the time to buy. And I think that, with RH, what I've really noticed is that when it pumps so violently and so quickly, because I watched this happen when I got in a HEX 17 cents and it pumped all the way to just over 50. And that pump was so fast and so violent. And there was you just got left behind. You just had to leave. So I think that, whilst it's taken a lot of patience up to now, we've experienced, the SEC FUD, EHEX versus PHEX. We've had the latest round of the Interpol. I think that this is all just leading up to, you got to remember that when it happens, I think, not financial advice, that it's going to happen in a way that's going to blow everyone's minds. I think it's going to make history. So yeah.
And those numbers that you gave, maybe those were including the OA as well.
Yeah, maybe.
Which if people want to do the calculation without the OA, you would 20x the numbers you just gave.
Exactly. Well, I did it with the OA because it's more conservative. And I like to get more conservative. But it's I think getting into anything early, just think about people who got into Bitcoin. And speaking of, and the reason why I bring this up is because staking, I know there's a lot of, mixed thoughts and schools of philosophies on staking. And, if I hadn't staked, then, I round trip my bag. I could have, sold at the top and the bottom more at the bottom, but, that's easier said than done, one. And two, most of the times that I find that when people sell, they don't necessarily always go and buy back in. They just kind of degenerate and then it just goes into a very bad place. And, I've staked about half of my HEX bag is staked, and it's staked for 15 years. And I don't know. I mean, time will tell, but I think I have 12 years left. In 12 years, I think I'm going to be really happy. And I think that's going to be the most valuable assets that I own, are those stakes that I would have cheated, but for the fact that I did. So I do think that there's something to said. And I know that you have something, Maddie, your time pays me. So you force yourself you're basically removing the risk of yourself and your own emotion. And I think that, I still really very much believe, I don't think that you necessarily have to stake everything, but I think that staking was one of the best things that I have ever done, and I don't regret it.
I love it. Yeah. That's such a positive message. Is there anything else you wanted to share?
No, I mean, I think that that's pretty much, just, I feel really positive. I'm not really worried about what's happening right now with the price action. We're right on track for the 4-year cycle. It's not, people are very emotional about it and really worried about ETH, but we're still on track. So until we really become derailed from that, I'm not going to worry. And I hope that people can just kind of not put too much emphasis and focus too much on the volatility, because that's just kind of what we've all signed up for. And, I really congratulate everyone who's here, because we're early still. And I think that this is going to be, like I said, I think this is going to make history.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming on to the conference again this year, and wishing you the best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thanks.
Bye.
Next up, we have Dave. Dave, you're up next.
All right.
Welcome.
Well, welcome. First, I want to say a big thank you, Maddie. I don't know if I'm sure you got stuff to do in the background, but because the time and effort you give to Hex and Pulse Chain, it is definitely inspiring, sir. So, I mean, we have an amazing community, everybody doing what they can to advance the RH ecosystem, and you're a hero with us, buddy.
My pleasure. And you're up now for your talk, 5 to 6 minutes. Thanks for being here.
All right. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Maddie, for giving me this opportunity. So I asked Maddie for the chance to speak today because I want to share a bit about what Richard Hart's principles of freedom and how that resonated deeply with me, and how Pulse Chain brings those ideas to life. For those who don't know me, I'm Dave. I'm part of the Up Token community. I'm a retired math teacher, taught for a lot of years. And when I first heard about crypto, I was hooked. I dove in head first, tried to understand everything, especially the math behind the cryptography. I got so deep I was doing SHA-256 by hand. I mean, it's pretty crazy stuff being a math guy. But I do have to be honest. I wish I could tell you my kids and grandkids will never have to worry about money because I got in early, but that's not my story. I'm a bit too conservative. That and the early days of the FUD held me back. So I missed those early waves, but discovering Richard Hart and his vision changed everything. I sacrificed for Pulse, and I'm convinced that 2025 is going to be a big win for all of us, and then my kids and my grandkids will thank me for hanging around. But one thing that really stood out to me was Richard pointing the difference between proof of work and proof of stake blockchains. And that triggered a passion. And I asked Maddie if I could talk today about validators and the opportunity they present. I want all of us to win. I think that's the theme behind Pulse Chain is, not just the early people. We want everybody to win. And validators is one place where you can do that. Now, not all proof of stake blockchains are the same. Pulse Chain truly is special. It really is the freedom chain. I mean, look at Ethereum. I mean, most of you guys don't take the deep dive I did in validator world, but over 55% of the blocks on Ethereum are OFAC compliant. Now, that's the Office of Foreign Assets Control. That means they have the ability to censor transactions they don't like, Tornado Cash for a while. And, if these validators won't process, certain transactions, especially some flagged addresses or transactions that contain, blacklisted tokens, it's not really a freedom chain. Pulse Chain is a whole different game with over 44,000 validators being ran by, us, the Pulse holders. We're not under OFAC's thumb. We truly do believe in freedom on this chain. And by becoming a validator, you're not just earning rewards, you're actively helping secure the chain and promoting the financial freedom. So when I first got into validating, with Pulse Chain, I didn't do it on Ethereum, but with Pulse Chain, I set up the home validator on testnet and later on mainnet. It wasn't easy and it wasn't cheap, but I wanted to contribute to the chain security. And to be honest, I wanted to earn that Pulse yield. And watching my Pulse tokens generate even more Pulse tokens is a great feeling. And I wanted to share this with you guys because now it's much easier to become a validator than when I started. There are several different pooled validator operations out there where you can join them and become a validator. And so if you're on Pulse Chain and holding Pulse, I encourage you to explore becoming a validator, as there's several great opportunities out there. And one option I'm really excited about is the one we're bringing you, Validator X. Validator X is part of the Up Token team. It's launching this month. It's going to allow all of us easy access to the rewards of validating. With just one pulse, you don't have to have 32 million pulses. You can have one pulse, and with a single click, you can join the validator pool and earn the best validator yields on Pulse Chain. There are no fees. There are no penalties. There are no time locks. They even give you a liquid staking token. We get a liquid staking token, which will open up even more opportunities to grow your Pulse stack. Now, the game is we want more Pulse. And most of us are DCAing in all the time, but what if our Pulse can make more Pulse? And that's what Validator X is going to do for you. So here's the bottom line. Token count matters. The more Pulse tokens you have, the better your position. I've done the math, and Validator X, or if you join one of the other pools, that's fine too. It's one of the safest and smartest ways to increase your token count while also strengthening the chain. So if you're thinking about being part of the Pulse Chain Validator class, now's the time to dive in and do a little bit of homework. Like I said, there's several options out there. Explore your options, see what's there. I think you're going to find Validator X to be a great opportunity. Richard's given us this freedom chain, and we need to make sure we protect it. And so if you have any questions, you want to chat some more, you can find me on Telegram, and the site's there on my screen, t.me/UPABNS. That's up, always buying, never selling. You can also find us on Twitter at official up token. And for those who are unfamiliar with the up token, up and up X, we have an up and up X token. It's basically a community of big Haunted strategy fans, and Haunted built the tokens to take advantage of that strategy. And the tokens are designed based on math, not hype. It's purely a math thing. So if you guys want to come find us, please do. We want you to become a validator and protect this beautiful chain we have.
Awesome.
All right, Maddie, thank you for the time, sir. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for speaking. And up next, we have Taurus Talks. Welcome.
Hey. So we're running Validator. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. So I'm going to let you take it away here for your 5 to 6 minute talk.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So I originally found out about crypto through a business partner of mine back in 2014. He was more into the technological side of things. So, he'd heard about Bitcoin and passed the information along. And as soon as he told me about it, it just kind of clicked with me. It made sense. It's almost as if I had a premonition to the future, seeing how this blockchain technology was going to take over. And I was already pretty much long-term mindset going into it. Learning about Bitcoin on the early stage, I figured, it would take time to accumulate for that value to increase. And so my original thought process on that was 20 to 30 years, Bitcoin can be $200,000 to $300,000. And if we look at the charts right now, we're right on par with that. Or even, there's a lot of people out there say, Bitcoin can hit 200K 2025. So already being long-term minded, I kind of just forgot about it. And 5 years later, 2019 comes around. I'm hearing a lot of, buzzing with these new altcoins or alternative coins. And so I was like, hey, let me look back into this, see what's going on. And I ended up setting up 3 meetings with different guys around the community that I knew were in the crypto space, could help catch me up to speed. But, sometimes you make a plan and sometimes the universe has another plan for you. And before I got to meet any of those guys, a buddy of mine told me about HEX. And it was just, I had a feeling like back in 2014, after he told me about it, it made sense. And at first glance, HEX can be a little overwhelming. But this is why it's important to do your own research. So I did my own research, and just to make sure that it was going to make sense even further. And after looking at it, I knew that this token was something different. It was fitting right in line with my long-term mindset. The 5,555 staking mechanism, paying you for your time through T-shares, is revolutionary, was and is revolutionary to the space. The OA, or the origin address, it's a feature of the product, and HEX being that finished product with trustless, immutable code that works. Time has been a testament to HEX as we see all these failed projects in the digital currency space. Time keeps proving HEX works while also paying us for our time. How cool is that? Getting paid for your time, getting paid to watch this conference, or whatever you desire. This was my desire, to get paid in my sleep. And I feel like the universe brought HEX to me. I believe HEX It's a manifestation of all the people involved. I found many people in the community have had similar desires, and I believe these desires to build together. Well, those desires build together in the ether, and then Richard grabbed that idea from the ether, and through Richard and some talented developers, they created HEX. And here we are now, 5 years later. A flawless 5 years is a long time in the digital space. But Richard created something that keeps us here together through our common enjoyment of T-shares. Richard will be the first to tell you that the community is the most important aspect to HEX. And I agree 100%. The community doesn't come out of nowhere, though. It takes dedicated people to build and form relationships and show up consistently. Because we are human, we need more than just typing from behind a screen to really build relationships. And that's what makes in-person meetups so great and so important. I'll even tell you that before every meetup, and I've been to all the Vegas meetups and a lot of local meetups, every time I'm like, this is dumb. What are we doing? We're going to hang out with people that have, that enjoy HEX too. It's like, who cares? But every time I find myself, whether I'm in Vegas or just a week ago at a local event, I'm having a great time. I'm meeting new people and who have common visions and mindsets. And through these meetups, we're able to build relationships and take those relationships with us and continue to build on them. This goes back to Richard's ideology of fix the money, fix the world. Richard is helping the community gain wealth so that together we can make change. And so it's been about 2 or 3 years now in the making, about coming on stream and starting to do some shows. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to start streaming and hopefully be able to bring some value to the community. Maybe not so much in crypto, but in some other aspects such as health and wellness and sound therapy to be more important. So I'm planning on doing some sound therapy for the community because we need to regulate our nervous systems. And who doesn't need their nervous system regulated more than a degen crypto guy or gal? So be on the lookout soon to come. And yeah, that's my time, Maddie. Thank you.
Awesome. Great talk. And good audio as well. Crushed it. Awesome. So up next, we have your pal Vic, Unplugged Dad, and Julie _PNW. So yeah, thanks again, Talks Taurus.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie.
Good to see you. Hey
Maddie,
there, Vic.
Maddie, how you doing, my friend? Howdy, welcome to Texas.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, how you liking it in Austin so far?
I literally moved here and immediately started planning this conference. But yeah, like I've visited Austin a lot before.
I know it. I know it. I've seen you up there, man. I'm glad to have you here. And yeah, we're gonna have to get together with a Texas meetup here one of these days.
Yeah, that'd be great. You know, I saw Richard Hart tweeted something about what you guys are doing today. So do you want to go ahead and do your talk solo here?
If I could
Awesome.
share my screen, I just wanted to point out a couple of things, if that'll be all right.
Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see. Share screen. Let me make sure I got the right one. I think it's that one. Does it see it? Do you see it on your end? Let me see.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Okay, good deal. Yeah. Let me see. Can I move through the tabs, or it just has the one tab? Oh, that's okay.
Yep. And yeah, you're up for 5 minutes. Go for it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Maddie. I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, this is Vic. I'm with HEX Postcards. I do some volunteer work with the guys over at the HEX Postcards group. And yeah, and I wanted to point out, in case y'all missed it, Richard just tweeted us again. He is always talking about marketing his wonderful product, and that's Hex. And I think a lot of this community would be it would be good to heed his words. And I wanted to point out that we just had a contest with the postcards, and we had some great entries that came in, and it was a cash. We're giving away a cash prize, and I encourage everyone to go to the postcards website, and it's under the contest design contest page. This is the 4th contest we've run, and the idea was inspired from back in 2022. And if some of the Hexicans have been around that long, may remember the NASCAR races, and that had a lot of good stuff and some not so good stuff. But it was great getting our message out there. But Richard made it a point to let everybody know direct marketing is very important too. And it's not always as cool and not always as flashy, but it gets the job done, and it gets the job done efficiently. And so that was kind of what spurred on the team here to kind of do this thing. And over the years, Richard has praised it, and that's something I wanted to come on and talk about. And I think it's I think it's something cool that we do. It's something unique, and it's something very it's something that you don't see every day. It's a good way of getting in front of people who are not necessarily constantly on social media. You never know who's going to open their mailbox and see something like this and go, hey, let me check this out. Or on the other side of the token, we've had major names who have opened their mailbox, seen one of these cards, taken a picture of it, put it on their social media, and said like, hey, look at this scam, blah, blah, blah. And then inevitably it goes out to their hundreds of thousands of followers, and then the other people are saying, hey, what is this? Oh, and then the Hexicans, of course, dogpile everyone. And it's something cool that we've done over the years, and I think people who have been around the community have seen it a little bit. And it's and I love that Maddie hosts these conferences, because it gives the opportunity for the community to kind of see other little aspects that they don't always see every day, or don't always think about, or don't even know about, frankly, because it's not something that is like the SEC case, for example, that everybody's talking about all the time. And but to wrap things up, I love this community, and I'm going to be around a long time, as a lot of us are. We're staked 5, 5, 5, 5. And I appreciate the opportunity to get on here and talk a little bit about what makes this special, and see some of the familiar faces. I recognize Taurus Talks from earlier, and I recognize Crypto Stylist, and just like to see all y'all's faces and get together as often as we can. And I encourage y'all to go to the website. And Maddie, if you have any other questions or anything you want to chat about, you can jump back on.
No, that's great. Yeah, I just, saw RH tweeted support for you guys like right before we went live here today. So that's pretty awesome. And I mean, he wrote like the longest tweet I've seen in recent memory.
Yeah, I was shocked by it too. I was just getting all my camera and everything together. I said, hey, wait a second. I gotta take a look at this here.
Yeah. So yeah, congrats on like getting the word out, and thank you for your service for getting hundreds of thousands of these postcards sent out.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Maddie.
Know about Hex. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, and we'll have to have you on the show sometime on Game
Absolutely.
Theory Gang to find out more.
I'd love it.
Awesome. Great. Well, thanks for coming on. And let me see. Up next, we have Unplugged Dad and then Julie. So thanks for being on, Vic.
All right. We'll see you, Maddie.
Peace. Hey there, Jerry.
Maddie, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Good to see you.
Likewise. Yeah. Thanks for coming back to another one of these conferences, and looking forward to your 5-minute solo talk here. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Imagine you have just found a golden ticket to an extraordinary adventure. Now, think of this not as a literal ticket, but the potential each of us holds within our lives. Today, I want to explore how our expectations shape our journey using the timeless story of the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory as our guide. Like much of Wonka's factory is filled with wonder, challenges, and expectations and turns. Each character in the story represents a different approach to life's expectations. Let's delve into what we can learn from them. First, we meet Augustus Gloop. His insatiable appetite for chocolate mirrors life where one's expectations are limited to immediate gratification. Augustus teaches us that if we focus solely on what is in front of us, we might miss the broader, more enriching experience life offers. His downfall in the Chocolate River reminds us, indulge, but with moderation and foresight. Next, we have Veronica Salt, the girl who wanted everything and expected the world to hand it to her. Her story is a cautionary tale about entitlement. Verushka believed that the golden ticket was her due, not chance for an adventure. When life doesn't conform to our expectations, we must adapt rather than demand. Her encounter with the squirrels illustrates that sometimes we are not in control like we think we are. Then there's Violet Beauregard, whose obsession with winning at any cost led her transformation into a human blueberry. Violet reminds us that while ambition is key, fixating on one aspect of one's life can blind us to the beauty and diversity of the experience. Our expectations should not narrow our vision, but expand it. Then there's Mike Tavi, obsessed with television, represents those of us distracted by the superficial, missing the depth of life's offerings. His teleportation through TV teaches us about the value of presence in our lives. We must engage with the world, not just watch it from a screen, to truly live the adventures we are meant for. Finally, Charlie Bucket. His story is one of humility, kindness, hopeful expectations. Despite his hardships, Charlie never loses the sense of wonder or moral compass. He enters the factory with an open heart, expecting nothing to experience but the magic of it. Charlie's journey shows us that we can approach life with gratitude and genuine curiosity. We're more likely to find in our own golden tickets opportunities and joys we might not ever have anticipated. So what does this mean? Like Wonka's factory, life is a place of endless possibilities, but our expectations dictate how we experience it. We can choose to see it like Augusta, Veruca, Violet, Mike, or Charlie, with an open and hopeful heart. A golden ticket in the Willy Wonka was not just about entering a factory. It was about what we did once we were inside. Our life's journey, with all its challenges and wonders, is what shapes us and our expectations. Let's strive to approach it with humility, curiosity, and a willingness to be surprised by the magic of existence. I hope my words have been both inspirational and reflective, encouraging us to consider how our life expectations might be influencing our journey, much like the characters in the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory movie. I chose to write this and share a little bit about how I've had expectations my whole life, like most of us have. You know, we started formulating when they're little. You know, we expected this, we expected that. And throughout my life, almost none of my expectations came true. Life is wonderful. I've had a lot of curveballs, but when I've learned how to lower the expectations, which I learned from Richard Hart, is, you know, we heard, you know, you're expecting nothing of work of others. And so, you know, we've had a tough 3 years or whatever. And the community has, how do you say it? You know, some of our personalities have came out and some of our defects and some, you know, we can learn. We can learn. That's what I've done, is I've learned. And it's been difficult. It's been difficult watching people fight amongst each other. I'm going to be straightforward and be honest, but I've also seen and met a lot of wonderful people that help me choose what kind of person I want to be and how I want to respond to some of these things. And I don't know if I'm babbling or anything like that, but I just want to get it off my chest that these expectations that I've had in my whole life, they've done nothing good for me. And I just want to share that when you can learn to not have the expectations, life can be so much better. And that's just my experience. And I've learned all of this stuff about expectations. It all manifested from Richard Hart saying, don't expect anything. Thank you.
Awesome. Great talk, Jerry.
Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate you having me.
Yeah. And up next, we have Hex_PNW. And then after that, we'll have 2 speakers from Actuator Finance. Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you, Maddie.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Maddie?
Doing well. Do you want to go solo or with me?
Either way is fine with me. I can do solo if you'd like. Give you a break.
Yeah, go for it. Thanks for coming up, and I'll let you take it away for 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. I am Julie. I'm from the Pacific Northwest, and I'm here to kind of tell you how I got into Hex and Pulse Chain. I was traveling the United States about 2 years ago, 2022. Ended up in Las Vegas at a hotel. Was trying to get away from people and went to one of the private pools. What happened to be all Hexicans there celebrating their big payday. I got in the water to enjoy with my champagne, not knowing anyone there, and a Hexican jumped backwards and knocked me under the water. His name was Hexby Lincoln. He's from California. And that's kind of what happened. I learned, I met David Morales there. I met Vets in Crypto. And these people, I've been a part of their community ever since. I go to a lot of the meetups because that's how I communicate and keep that line of communication open. I enjoy the meetups, getting to know people face to face, shake hands with people, learn who they are and what type of person they are, how they bring value to the community is wonderful. Prior to me meeting the Hexicans, I had lost about $15,000 in a rug pull from Luna. I was not looking to go into crypto ever again. But after meeting everyone and learning from them, David Morales and Vets onboarded me. And I still, 2 years later, I still have lots of questions, but that's part of the community. I can reach out to many people. SJ, a wild SJ and I, we talk a lot. I ask her a lot of questions. And I'm hoping that I get to a point where I can help others join crypto and become a part of our Hex family. I am very glad, Maddie, that you invited me on here to share my testimony. I'm not ever leaving Hex. We have our ups and downs, of course, but that's part of life. And we all will have another big payday. We just have to keep bringing people into our community. So thank you, Maddie.
Awesome. Great testimonial, and glad you decided to join the conference this year. Yeah, looking forward to having you back in the future.
Absolutely. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Right,
up next, we have Actuator Finance. Welcome, guys. How's it going?
Going great. Thanks, Maddie. Nice to be here.
Yeah. Well, we have the benefit of having you guys here for about 5 to 6 minutes now, explaining your protocol that's Hex related. And then you guys have sponsored day 4 of the conference. And so you'll have a 20-minute talk during that time as well. So yeah, thanks for being here, and looking forward to this talk that you're giving. And you're going to share your screen, but not play any copyrighted audio.
Correct.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. I'm again C3 Works, and I'm here with RJ, and we are the co-founders of Actuator Protocol. It's a new protocol that's been released since last October on mainnet. It is fully audited, immutable, trustless, decentralized, and what it does as a protocol at the simplest level is enable individual hex stakers with HSIs or tokenized stakes, new ones or existing ones, say from the auctions, to be able to draw some liquidity from it, to collateralize some liquidity back to yourself. So that's what it's designed to do. There are complications we can look at later, but we're going to have RJ just walk us through a quick demo of that now.
Yeah, and so this is our landing page here, actuator.finance. If you want to go to the DApp, you can hit launch app on the top right, and then that'll take you to our app. And so just getting really practical, Actuator gives you additional functionality on your stake. And it's a decentralized protocol on Pulse Chain. It's immutable, audited multiple times. And it allows you to take your HSI existing, or you can create a new HSI and you can wrap it with additional functionality. So I'm just going to walk through this in real time. So if you go to the DApp and then you go to the stakes view, in the top right, you can see this option to create a new delegated stake. And what this is going to do is it's actually going to create a hex stake under the hood. And so it's going to interact with the hex protocol, and hex stake will be created. I just created one that's ending on hex day 7000. It'll take a minute to load here. But once that occurs, I'll then own that hex stake, but I'm going to have some additional features at my disposal. So notice that the hex stake was created. It's ending in 5,100 days. And I have a principal of just one hex. As an example here, each day that passes, I'll accrue more hex and rewards. We all know this is the normal drill here with hex stake. What's new though is you now have the ability to mint tokens against your stake. And it's specifically against the underlying hex value of your stake. So in other words, my principal on this stake was one hex. Therefore, I'm able to mint one what's called hex time token, or HTT for short. And I'm able to mint one because my stake is worth exactly one hex time token. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I can go to actions on my stake and I can extract hex time tokens. And so this will mint exactly one hex time token. And what's special about a hex time token is that it's redeemable 1-for-1 for hex. That's because ownership of that time tokens represents a claim on the underlying hex within this stake. And so you'll notice that my screen just updated, and now I've officially extracted one HTT. And that is now an ERC20 in my wallet, and I can trade it freely. Your next question might be, okay, well, what actually gives this token that I just minted value? Well, it's great that we can mint a token, but what can I do with it? Well, keep in mind, this token's backed 1-to-1 by hex and redeemable 1-for-1 for hex. The difference is that it's not redeemable until my stake ends, until this underlying collateral becomes available. And so it's effectively hex with a delay. It's a coupon, represents a redeemable coupon for hex at a future date. So what that means is that the price is going to trade at a very strong correlation to hex. So if we flip back here to the dashboard, the token that I just minted is a hex, like I said, it's called the hex time token. And on what you're looking at right now, on the top is the price of hex, and below is the price of the hex time token that I just minted over the past month or two. And you'll notice that it's tightly correlated because it's a wrapper around hex. And so this is powerful because you can now, your stake can now be put into motion, if you will. You can now mint these hex time tokens and extract value from your stake. You could do it flexibly. So as your underlying rewards accrue within your stake, you can mint additional hex time tokens. You can return the hex time tokens and you can regain full control over your stake. And the protocol has all sorts of controls to ensure that there's always this 1-to-1 backing. So we see this as kind of the ultimate solution to hex stake liquidity because it's grounded in hex itself, and there's no external token that is holding up the price of these hex time tokens. It's just 1-to-1 backing. So that's practically speaking what's going on. C3 Works, did you have anything to add at a high level?
No, I think that's really good as a starting point. We'll leave it there at this point. We'll elaborate a little more and some of the more sophisticated things you can do in one of the other talks, but we'd encourage you to look at the details at actuator.finance and come over to our Telegram as well and ask questions. We're getting some great input over there.
Yep, exactly.
Awesome. Yeah. Great talk, you guys. Thanks for doing this initial talk, and then we'll have you back on day 4, which will be on Thursday.
Great. Thanks,
Awesome.
Maddie.
Awesome. Thanks again for your support.
All right. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Thanks.
Okay. The next one we have is pre-recorded. So let me pull that up here. If I can. Here we go.
Hey guys, it's Tam. I'm so excited to be here. I'm really sorry that it's an incredibly busy week for us at work, so I don't have a lot of time. But I do want you guys to know how important this community is to me. I'm in it to win it with you guys. I'm here to take Richard Hart tokens to top 5. I have zero doubt that that's where we're going, and I'm here for it. I have never believed in anybody as much as I believe in hexagons, and I've never been so inspired by anyone the way that Richard Hart inspires me. And when I have a community that inspires me to be my best, I just know that the sky is the limit on what we can achieve together. And this year, I'm not going to let anything distract me or get in my way of our goals, which is to free as many people as we can with these amazing DeFi products. And the end game is quality of life and longevity. And I'm here for it. The future is bright in Hexaco. Love you guys. Mwah.
Awesome. Great to hear from Tam. Up next, we have Dr. H, Crypto Proctor. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you. I'm super stoked. Sorry there, Matty. Right. Okay, here we are. Right. First of all, Matty, I'd just like to say one of the things that actually brought me here a few years ago was you. Seeing you stream with 2 broken collarbones was the most rock and roll thing I think I've ever seen. At the time, I was on the fence. In fact, we've spoken before that. About a year before that, and I was trying to get into streaming, crypto streaming, but I am a full-time chiropractor. So I run my own business. I'm not an associate. So I've got like all those balls to juggle. And when I saw you, I was like, after the accident, I was like, I need to start, living my principles, okay, which is one of the ideas I want to talk about. And this is why I fell in love with Hex, because of the principle behind it and the principle that a lot of the community hold very dear. Now, let's rewind slightly. Dr. H, the crypto practitioner. Doctor means to teach. So I started a channel about a year ago, hands-on practical edutainment and simple crypto investing strategies for beginners, blossoming neophytes and the next generation OGs. Now, it's really for the new crypto person. And I thought perhaps as a doctor in the Hex community, for those people that have spoken to their grands and an older doctor, because I'm a Gen X like RG3. And I was blessed to spend time with RG in Vegas. So big shout out to the Pulse Tour community. They do some phenomenal work. You can perhaps feel a little more comfortable, or perhaps there's a doctor in the community. He has this channel that talks about the very basics of crypto. Why don't you go and check him out? And in all of it, I've weaved in Hex. I'm huge. I swing both ways with Hex. I swim both E-Hex and P-Hex. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm quite open about my hexual activity. So that's all weaved in as is in PulseX and Pulse. Sorry, I don't know. This is the HEX conference, of course. So, but I'm very, very heavily into HEX, and I enjoy it. I love the principle behind it. Now let's get to the fundamental principle of chiropractic, which we talk about a lot, but do we live it? The fundamental principle is that there is no middleman. So in other words, the value that you're exchanging, whether you are building a house, whether you're plowing a field, you should be able to take that value and exchange it without a middleman taking a cut or more of a cut than is necessary. And you should have control of that value. And that is really what crypto, I believe, and why I got excited about crypto, has brought to the world that wasn't there before, the ability to exchange. Prior to that, back in the day, it was bartering. But bartering was limited to the person in front of you. Now we have a way of exchanging over thousands and thousands of miles, exchanging our value. So me adjusting somebody downstairs, their hearing coming back, their ability to walk coming back, their ability to move coming back, I now can exchange it with somebody for some HEX, which I can now stake. And obviously very, very low fees on post-chain HEX. But that idea, a principle is a fundamental truth or proposition that serves as a foundation for a system of beliefs. And if someone believes that you shouldn't be getting profit from the work of others and truly believes it, then you should be doing work online in the HEX community in whatever way you can, whether it's memes, whether it's shooting short videos, whether it's whatever, whether it's hitting the like, whether it's hitting the share button, whether it's taking that extra step, going to the person's playlist on their channel and pulling the video down, pulling out that URL and sharing that so that when it pops up, not only do they see HEX Conference Day 2, but they also see 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the sidebar. It's an extra step, but it's that bit of work that we can do to bring that profit to us, because we all want a little bit of profit. And if we truly believe that we shouldn't be expecting other people to bring it to us, then we need to be doing that work. Because here's the other thing I heard in an organization I'm also a part of: the expectation. If you're expecting something to happen, then that is the start of a resentment, the birth of a resentment. Because if it doesn't happen, then you start to resent that person. And we all know plenty of people resent Richard Hart for expectations that they had that haven't been fulfilled. And I read that document when I pledged a large part of my family's savings. I read that document and I went in with open eyes, and there were no expectations there. If you read it in depth, it was a leap of faith, as you know. Anyway, Matty, that's enough of me talking. Have you got anything for me? Any questions or anything that sprung to mind as I was talking?
Well, yeah, I'm just glad to have a content creator who covers material for people who are new. That's an area that I don't cover myself very often. And of course, I do the more in-depth game theory. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and share your channel now in the chat, and people can go ahead and subscribe to you as I have just done. And get the word out that we have another great HEX content creator here that is making content for people who are new.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, awesome. So I've got a channel called Monte Carlo. Sorry, I've got the channel. The channel's called Dr. H, the Crypto Practor, and it's hands-on practical edutainment and simple investing strategies, as I mentioned. But one of the shows I was running, I got quite excited about, was called Monte Carlo or Bust. And the premise behind Monte Carlo or Bust, I don't know, can I throw up the thumbnail?
Sure. Yeah, as long as there's no copyrighted music attached.
No, it's all my stuff. I don't know how to make it come up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so Monte Carlo or Bust is, I have a wallet. It's my Monte Carlo wallet. It's got $1,000 in that I invested in EHEX, PHEX, and Pulse. I invested in actually when EHEX was at its bottom. So I'm about 2.5x in the wallet. And the idea is I want to, as things start getting exciting, as we start moving forward, I want to pump little ideas about Monte Carlo, which is a tax haven, as a lot of you know. It's also the second smallest country in the world. It is less than 0.8 of a square mile. So that blew my mind when I heard about that. But it is also completely tax-free. There is no capital gains tax. And I have a few shows that talk about that. So it's just for fun, but also really bringing people that are outside of our community. But as you can see, I've got the Trinity up there, the top right. And I've had to put, because I'm a full-time chiropractor at the moment, business, I need to focus on that. If anyone would like me to come and speak on their channel, if they need a little more material, my main thrust is HEX and abundance. So abundance in both health and wealth, then I'll be over the moon to talk. So just reach out on X, which is in my description, in the description of any of my videos. You can get me on HEX.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for speaking today at the conference. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you on more people's channels.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marion. Thank you very much for having me and all the work you do.
My pleasure. Up next, we have Adam Dances, and we have Anders. Thanks for being on Crypto-Proctor.
Thanks a lot.
Hey
there.
Matty, you can hear me just fine?
Yeah.
Yes, it's Adam CS Dances. It's my initials.
Perfect. And is your talk solo or with me?
Yeah, solo. I'm just going to tell my story a little
Awesome.
bit. And I'm obviously vertical because I'm on my phone. But
Sure.
just to put it out there, I don't do crypto. I don't do crypto on my phone.
Awesome. Yeah, take it away for 5 to 6 minutes here. Thanks.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So, hey guys, I'm Adam coming at you from Texas. Nice cowboy hat, Maddie. I like that. I got my hex.com shirt, and in Texas, Maddie, you'll soon find out in the summers it gets so hot. So I had to cut off the sleeves and also show off the guns, give Sam Stoltz and Jim Rat Crypto a little run for their money. But anyways, getting into my story, you guys, I am not from the tech world at all. I think I signed up for Twitter back in like 2014 and did not even look back into it until 2021 when I realized, oh, all these crypto people, they're on Twitter. And there's a lot. What else is Twitter for? Oh, whoa, there's a lot going on here. So I'm back on Twitter. And I am from the ballet world, actually. So I grew up in a very, very small town. And I decided that, okay, I want to go for my passion. I need to get out of this small town. I'm going to New York. And I got into the best ballet school, conservatory in New York City, and graduated, and then quickly found out that if you're not principal dancer and you're not making principal money, you need additional income. And so it actually took me 3 scams, right? 3 scams to find HEX. So it started out with, as a dancer, I'm great with like health and wellness and skincare, and we care about our bodies a lot, and we work on our bodies every single day. And so I was immediately like recruited for the MLMs, and I loved it. And that was my first taste of a community, and they were great. Everyone's supporting everyone. And I was like, oh, I'm never going to find this anywhere. I mean, in ballet, we have it, but ballet can also be very cutthroat. So got into the MLM, and then I was like, I'm going to grow this business. First off, people said, don't do MLM. You'll lose your friends and you'll lose your money. And some of you, that probably sounds familiar, right? You've heard that before. So they said, it's a scam. It's a scam. I just did what I was going to do because I needed to somehow make it, right? So then I decided, okay, well, I really need to grow this business because I really need to make bigger money. So I signed up for a paid online course to help me build my business. And let me tell you, that paid course was really expensive. I overpaid, but it led me to where I am now. The paid course, my friend said, don't do it. It's expensive. It's a scam, the second scam. And I didn't listen. There's a recurring theme here. I don't like to listen. But yeah, the best thing about that paid course is I was listening to an interview, and this person was interviewing Gary Vaynerchuk, one of the top VCs, entrepreneurs, he's everywhere. If you don't know him, look him up, follow him on Instagram, listen to his podcast. It's fantastic. It's like personal development with business. It's amazing. But I was like, who is this guy? And Gary's talking about these NFTs and his project and what the heck is that? And I'm curious, let me research this. And I got in his NFTs, I minted some. And that's, again, people said, third time, scam. NFTs are scams. Don't do it. And I know a lot of you on here don't really like NFTs, but there's a huge community. And so if you meet people that are really into it, they're probably this close to coming over to Hex. So do not, sort of poke the bear, right? Actually welcome them in, as I'm sure most of you do. But us NFT people, we're ready to jump into the next thing. So, and then the market dropped and I thought, crap, I did get scammed. But it was from learning about NFTs that it came full circle. YouTube suggested something like BitBoy Crypto. What the hell is that? What's around the blockchain? And Richard Hart was the guest on probably the second or first Around the Blockchain I watched. And this guy, I was like, wow, he's saying the exact opposite of everyone. He's very eloquent, but also a little confrontational. But I can tell he's like holding back something. He wants to say more. I'm going to research this guy. And so I was onboarded by Richard Hart. Just went back, watched all his videos, fell in love. I'm like, this guy is genius, which led me then to Maddie's show and to Whales Only. And that's how I was onboarded into crypto. And the rest is history, basically. And one thing that I want to make clear, if there's any new people out there, I remember, I'm sure Maddie had said it a million times. I'm sure Richard had said it a million times, but it didn't click until for some reason, Whales said it and it clicked for me. But it was like, when you stake, essentially, you are DCAing in every day because that stake is working for you. Because I didn't have a lot of capital to throw in. And I'm like searching, like desperately searching. How can I get more capital? Can I pick up bartending while I'm here? What can I do? And then I was like, no, just stake it. And you're DCAing, dollar cost averaging in every day. And I'm like, genius. And that was like the moment where I was like, okay, I can do this. Because when I first was seeing Hex, I was priced out. I was way priced out. I remember people talking about having 10,000 Hex or more. And I remember, if I could just have 10,000 Hex, that would be a stake. That would be unbelievable. And, just bought all the way down and, sub penny, or we got to a penny. I was like, everything I could get that Hex, get those stakes. So basically, besides that, going on the community part, I got invited out to a bonfire here in Texas. Is CZ, not from Binance, CZ from Texas, and her husband, Jay-Z, not the rapper, invited me to a bonfire. I met some Hexicans, still wasn't sure. I only had like 2 or 3 stakes at the time. And I was like, am I going to keep doing this? It's kind of expensive. Then Abit and Patrick came to town. Or no, that was the same event. Then later, the movie came out. Then CZ had another bonfire. And it was at that second bonfire, I met RG3. I was like, ooh, he's from the movie. If I could just talk to him, that would be awesome. And I thought maybe he'll talk to me 30 seconds. No, we had an amazing conversation. I asked him, how the heck do you even sell crypto? Mine's locked up, but what happens when I need to sell? He walked me through like how to sell. I was taking notes on my phone. And so I was just super impressed that second bonfire with the community that I have now been working on my staking ladder. It's almost finished, just a couple more years to fill in. So I'm excited for that. And then the last thing I just want to say is that I listened to Spaces yesterday or 2 days ago, and Gary Woods was saying that there are a lot of rich people and there are a lot of poor people in Hex. And I just want to remind everyone on this conference, I was dancing full-time as a professional dancer up until 2020. So you can sort of guess which boat I'm in. Literally a boat. I worked on cruise ships for a while too. But, for some of us out there, there's this term hex flex, right? It's not a Lambo. It's definitely not a Lambo. It's definitely not a mansion. like want to clean a mansion. But I guess if that rich, you can hire someone. But anyways, for me, a Hex Flex like would be having premium health insurance that like it's expensive and I don't have to worry about it. That bill every month, it's just covered because I know I have the money, right? So want to thank everyone out there, the builders, the developers, KG Internet Money, shout out to you. Just everyone who's building a protocol, like, I can't remember, just all of you out there that are doing the work, building on Pulse Chain, promoting Hex, and then you get all this trash talk on Twitter. I see it. Thank you for keep going and not letting it get you down and not quitting. Like there's people out here like me that need this to get by and need it for my passion to get back into dance. Like I had to take a break for a while and just make some money someplace else. So that's it, Maddie. You know, Hex is my way back to my passion.
Awesome. Yeah. I love your positivity and the message that you shared. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Oh, and on Instagram, you guys, I'm mainly on Instagram at AdamCS Dances, and I tag a bunch of you, but you guys probably don't see it, but that's the way I'm spreading the word. I've got some clips from the movie that I upload and stuff like that. So find me on there because that's where I'm most active, and I will tag you and we can share it and we can just keep recirculating everyone's stories.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks for the call to action, and hopefully we'll have you on another future Hex conference.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Adam. Catch you later. So finally, for our testimonial panel, we have Anders. Welcome.
Hi, Maddie. How are you going?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. And thank you so much for all the work you are putting in. It's always amazes me, and it's so good conferences.
My pleasure. Yeah, we've got 5 minutes. Do you want to talk solo or with me?
Yeah, I talk with you. It's
okay, sure.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a testimonial, and what I just want to highlight is today when we see, it came out some extra FUD and everything online, is how resilient Hex is. Is such a fantastic software designed, you know, and so on. So whatever that it's putting against it is still going, and I've been going for like 5 years, and that is what I see is one of the really amazing thing with it. There is, of course, a lot of stress, and I think that people, especially when people are like selling and so on, that there is like a lot of stress in the community, and people are putting bad negative energy and so on. But I think that we must see the strengths that we have, and Hex is such an amazing product with a huge community and so on. And I also believe that the future what we have is like fantastic, and everything is also changing now. It have been like years that have been very anti-crypto. The political environment in the world, and a lot of other things that have happened. And if we see what happened now with like the latest FUD with Richard, with the seize of the watches and so on, I see a lot of similarities to Andrew Tate and what they did with him, you know, and seizing his things. And this is like bogus accusations and claims, you know, that don't actually have a legal standing. And I think that one of the main problems why these things happens is that we are confusing a lot of words with the traditional tech word, like founder. Like if you are a founder, that means that you are like receiving the benefits of launching something. And I think it would be much better Richard would call himself a designer of a software or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's because it gets a lot of confusion, and then you get some like tax authorities in certain countries. They think, oh, this is a founder and he makes a lot of money and he don't put any taxes in or whatever. But we all know, and that is people who don't understand what decentralized network or decentralized code mean, and so on. But as I said, I think that everything is changing, and even if these news that we experience today, it's like causing like dumps and sell pressure. I think that everyone that understands this should actually see it as opportunities, and
Right.
we have a lot of opportunities now to take like a position very, very cheaply, especially in Hex and in the whole Pulse chain ecosystem. And back to that again, like a testimonial, the amazing thing with Hex, and as we say, a better Bitcoin. It's very similar to Bitcoin that we have a code software that actually works independently. It doesn't matter how much that is thrown on the so-called designer or founder. It still keeps on going, and the community is there, and so on. And that is why I see that next to Bitcoin, Hex is probably one of the most valuable decentralized networks in the world. If we just see it like honestly, we have over 100,000. You probably know this better than me, but holders or stakers, and it's incredible, and so that is what I'm seeing. I also want to put in a little of my vision during 2025, and I also know that you have started to be a believer in the PDI narrative, and I am.
We're starting to run out of time, but please, finish your thought
so,
there.
For
sure.
everyone that is doubting or anything, I just advise to get as much as knowledge, because I strongly believe that is Richard's master plan, and that will pump the whole ecosystem in 2025. It's just a matter of time, and at this time, it's very good to join in both Hex and in everything in the Richard Hart's ecosystem, in my belief, because everything is connected.
Well, the game theory there is very interesting, and I might have to host a separate conference just for PDI because there's so much to it. So with that being said, Anders, thank you so much for your support this year and last year as well. And,
thank you.
Looking forward to having.
And you look great in a cowboy hat. I'm very jealous. I think I have to move to Texas so I also can have a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Yep.
The more the merrier. So thanks for being on, and looking forward to having you back in the future. Thanks, Anders.
Thank you, Maddie. Cheers. Bye.
All right. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. It looks like next up we have a segment from Crypto 7. So let me go ahead and run the transition slide here. But thanks everybody for tuning in. Hit the like and subscribe button. We got StreamYard says we have 1,900 people watching live. That's cool.
That's a hex flex. Making money, yeah, we going by the X's. Yeah, hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a hex flex. Hey, that's a hex flex. Making money, yeah, we going by the X's. Yeah, hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a hex flex. Hey, yeah, we up next. Shut up with that scam mess, cause we up in hex. It showed a lot of disrespect, now they can cut the check. They had a lot to say, well, now they can't say nothing else. They had some gains, things changed, now it's nothing left. Hey, money went into some means, ended up and left. Hex is up and to the right, they up and to the left. Hey, looking up and down, everything around wreck. Should've dropped 100 when you found Hex.
As we start the new year, there's a lot of talk and a lot of thinking about profit-taking strategy. What would I be happy with? What would I settle for? I need to front run other people. If people want a 20x, I'll settle for 15. If people want 15x, maybe I should sell at 10. And that's what occupies a lot of people in crypto's thinking at the moment, particularly after a bit of a slump over the last couple of weeks in crypto, and in particular in our ecosystem specifically recently. And so I wanted to have a little talk about what the actual psychology of bull markets is like and in bull runs, and what you actually will do and how you will actually feel about selling, which is very, very different to how we all feel, me included right now, about our crypto, whether it's Bitcoin or Hex, whether it's Pulse Chain or Solana. I think that we will actually behave very differently, because I've been in 3 bull markets and I know what's coming in the final year of the bull market, which I like to call the bull run. So, you know, this is the exciting part of it. Before we get on to all that, just as proof of freshness of this video, we have had the job numbers in the US come out a lot better than the market was expecting. And perversely, that has crashed the markets and crypto with it, because the markets were hoping that there would be more of an imperative on the US to reduce interest rates. And the fact that job numbers came out very good and better than expected has actually weirdly pushed the markets down. So that's what's going on there. I think it's always useful to know what's going on. In terms of Hex and Pulse Chain, I think it's actually, interestingly, potentially a very good thing, because with everything pulling back and us having pulled back in the last week or so, there's every chance now that we will perform no better, potentially, no worse, rather, potentially better than other cryptos, because some other cryptos have gone up a lot recently. I mean, Bitcoin went from 91,000 in the last couple of weeks to 108,000. Sorry, 91,000 to 102,000. Get it right. It's late here in the UK, guys. 91,000 to 102,000, and now it's pulled back. I think right now it's around 96,000. And because it was able to have a correction, we haven't been going up last week or so. So there's every chance, and we see this in Hex and Pulse Chain, where actually Hex and Pulse Chain outperforms all of crypto for periods, and this could actually be. So funnily enough, I think the fact that crypto as a whole is pulling back actually is a lot less painful for hexagons and pulsicons, and it's much less temptation to jump ship at the worst possible time when prices are relatively low, relative to where we are in the bull market, relative to how excellent Hex and Pulse Chain are, relative to other cryptos. So actually, this might be a good thing while we wait for certain news, which we're expecting, while we wait for certain fundamentals around Hex and Pulse Chain, SEC, court conclusions, and all that sort of thing. So I think that could actually, funny enough, it could actually be very good news for Hex and Pulse Chain that the markets have pulled back a bit, because it was very painful for hexagons and pulsicons to watch other cryptos shooting to the moon while we either flatlined or went down slightly. And so who knows, maybe this will be a period when Hex and Pulse Chain actually start to outperform everything else. And we've seen many periods, of course, since Hex was launched in December 2019, when Hex has outperformed all other cryptos. So what we've got here is 18 real reasons why actually most people will sell a lot less Hex and Pulse Chain than you actually think they will. Why you will actually sell less Hex and Pulse Chain than you think you will right now. Because right now you might be thinking, well, I'd settle for a 20x, I'll settle for a 10x, I'd settle for a 50x, whatever it is. But as we get into this bull run, actually, our psychology does change. So let's look at some of these. Let's look at some of these things now, guys. Let's do that. So number one is selling some too early. And I think some hexagons and polskins have been doing that in the last week or so. So because we will sell some of our bags too early, we're more likely to cling on to dear life with the remainder. We're more likely to think, well, I sold that a bit too soon. If only I hadn't sold that so soon, I won't make that mistake again. So anyone who's selling down here is going to bitterly regret it. There's no doubt about that. And whether we do it 10x or 100x or 1000x, it's inevitable that anyone that's selling PLS at 4 zeros and a 4 is going to bitterly regret it and be much more reluctant to sell the remainder. So that's an interesting thing. So selling a bit too early actually leads to you selling the remainder much, much later and being much more reluctant about selling the remainder. And that's a process that will just continue and continue. Another way of putting it is if you scratch the itch to sell a bit, you're less likely to feel the need later on. Another thing which is going to cause people to be reluctant to selling hex and pulse chain is just the continuous daily image of big green bubbles, and hex and pulse chain often being the biggest of the bubbles. And that's what we've got to look forward to. And there's nothing like not wanting to. I mean, why would you get up in the morning, another day, 3 days, 4 days in a row, huge green bubbles? It doesn't make you want to sell. It makes you just want to see just how high this will go. It makes you want to stay on the ride. So big green bubbles, those visual reinforcements is what's actually is going to stop people from selling. And it's why we don't have to worry about these big bag holders in hex and pulse chain selling too early or selling on our heads and that sort of thing, because the more they see the green bubbles, the less likely they are to want to sell. Another thing that's going to make us all reluctant to sell is what I call the new crypto friends. And these are people that know you're in crypto. They've asked you to recommend some cryptos. They've asked you to help them get onto crypto. And maybe you've got them into hex and pulse chain. They are then texting you. These are your real life friends who are texting you every morning, every night. And you're enjoying this journey with them. It's a bit like going on a night out with them. And it's a fun ride, and it's fun to have these people now to text, and another thing in common with your real life friends. But that association makes you actually not want to leave the party. It makes you not want to sell. It's your new crypto friends. They might be new to crypto, but they are very persuasive, and they make you want to stay around. And that's a big factor. I found it was a big factor in the last bull market for me. Number 4 is, as we continue into this bull run and as hex and pulse chain go up, what you'll find is that your goals shift. So what you thought you would have been happy with before, which maybe was buying your house, now suddenly you want a massive house in the Hamptons with a massive swimming pool and an outdoor tennis court. You know, your goals start to shift, and you've got to be careful of that. I mean, basically it's greed, isn't it? So number 4 is greed. You said to yourself you'd be happy with $1 million, but now you're thinking, well, $1 million isn't really enough. And by the time I've paid some tax on it and things like that, I want 2 million now. Then I want 3 million or 10 million. So your goals shift, and you've got to be a bit careful with that. Number 5, another thing that will make you sell a lot less than you think you will right now, and which will make these whales in the ecosystem that we all obsess over sell a lot less than you think they will, is just belief. So the more we go up, the more belief you will have in the Richard Hart ecosystem, and the less likely, therefore, you're going to want to take profit early. And as I say, if you took a bit of profit now, some people have sold in the last week or two, or if you take a bit of profit in March, it's going to make you much, much less likely to sell as we go along. So belief, as your belief strengthens, so too will your reluctance to sell. Number 6, which is a big factor in hex and pulse chain, is the more we see Ethereum go up, the less likely we are going to want to sell, because we know the association between the price of hex and pulse chain and Ethereum. We know it's inevitable that for very many reasons, which I haven't got time to go into now, which you all know anyway, as Ethereum goes to the moon, it's just inevitable that pulse chain will as well. We know that process. We understand that well. Number 7, we're going to have a super cycle narrative emerge in 2025. And there's a lot of things which are perfect for a super cycle narrative. And they are strategic reserve for Bitcoin, which I'm led to believe from people who have the inside track is actually very likely. And Russia are now racing to have a strategic reserve for Bitcoin. ahead of the US. Now, these things are ammunition for a super cycle narrative. It's hard to argue, well, we've never had a pro crypto US president, and Putin's pro crypto now, and all these things, sovereign states are buying it, etc. The gold bugs are capitulating into Bitcoin. These are all things which will allow the many YouTubers that emerge in 2025 to make a convincing case for a super narrative. But we won't super cycle. But we won't have a super cycle. It'll just be a very good bull market, akin to the 2017 bull run. 2025 will be like 2017. Another thing which will make you really reluctant to sell is Richard streaming. Good outcomes with the SEC court case in New York. We're waiting to hear about that, of course. Richard Hart resolving any tax affair issues with the US, that sort of thing, those sorts of things, as I say, streaming. So these things will make you so much less likely to want to sell than we do right now. While Richard is low profile, whilst there are certain question marks which we all know about and no point going into now, but these things will resolve one way or another. And as they do, so too will our reluctance to sell. Number 9, we talked about belief earlier, and number 5 was belief. Number 9 is arrogance. So we've moved now from belief to arrogance, because now we're on a 50x, and now we're arrogant, and now we're outperforming a lot of cryptos. The remaining year of this bull market is going to be about the fundamental cryptos, and fundamentally you don't get much better than having a crypto which is a leverage play on Ethereum, which takes the pressure off Ethereum. It's all about fundamentals. DeFi is fundamentals. Strong community, Hex, it's all fundamentals. And so number 9 is arrogance, and you will go from belief to arrogance, and then you don't want to sell as well, because now you think nothing can go wrong, etc. Number 10, you might not sell as much as you think you will, and these people that you fixate over selling ahead of you may not sell as anything like as much as you think they will, because of tax concerns. They haven't spoken to their accountant. They don't know how much tax they've got to pay, and they're really concerned about that. So they think, well, I'll just stake it out a bit longer. I won't sell, and therefore, I will just do liquidity providing. I'll do yield farming. I'll stake it out. I'm not going to sell it all because of tax concerns. And as I've said here on this channel before, ironically, your concern about giving the tax man $250,000 could cost you $1 million or more, because you just don't cash out as much as you should do, really. And that's the trap that everyone who's in crypto falls into at the end of every bull market. It's just like, okay, I haven't really prepared myself for this. I don't know what the bank's going to do when all this money arrives. They're going to think I'm a Russian oligarch. I know, I'll just stake it out for another 4 years or whatever. And that's a real reason why actually people won't sell on your head as much as you think they will, and why you ought to be careful selling too much too soon, because this will fuel the bull market, because tax concerns is a big deal. But a lot of people in crypto are very reluctant to pay any tax, and they don't get me wrong, they won't break the law, so they just don't sell any crypto, so they don't have a taxable event then. So that is a sort of a trap that a lot of people fall into. We don't want to fall into that trap, but a lot of people will, and it's why you can still hope for fantastic gains in Hex and Pulse Chain in this bull market. Number 11 is an interesting one. I think one of the consequences of having a very strong, vibrant community is that you do befriend people, you do feel part of a community, and there is an issue with popularity and perception. What will people say if people hear that Crypto 7 sold 50% of his liquid Hex, or if he sold all his PLSX or something? What will people say if I start selling core coins? So the number 11, I think some people won't sell as much as you think they will, because they're concerned about how people will see them in the community, their popularity, their perception. Number 12, I've mentioned already. Another reason people won't sell as much, particularly in this ecosystem, is staking, yield farming, liquidity providing. It's an issue which will make people less likely to be liquid and less likely to want to sell. Number 19 is it's very, very sensible. Everyone should apply a DCA strategy, DCAing out and DCAing in, and it's not a case of waiting for a magic number and then selling a lot. That's never the best way to optimize. There's one in a billion people do well trying to hold on for magic numbers or just a gut instinct and then selling a lot. almost never works because the performance of crypto in the last 21 days is so high that the idea, you can imagine the idea, because crypto will do sort of about a 2.5x in the last 21 days, the chances that you're magically going to call the top in your mind and sell the lot. So a DCA strategy is always best, but the more you DCA out, the less you like, the more you'll meet your needs and the less likely you'll want to sell. So what we're doing here is just talking about the fact that because there's been trouble in the ecosystem and a lot of people are thinking about selling and things, and this is why actually when we get into the bull run proper, which is around the corner, we won't do. Number 15, just a sense of community. Again, just this idea that, well, what am I going to do? I'm leaving the football club. I'm leaving the members football club. I don't want to sell, you know. Number 16 is wealth derived from other crypto. So I've always advocated diversifying. So I've been selling Solana, I've been selling Sui, I've been selling Dogecoin. And because I'm deriving wealth from other cryptos, I'm much less likely to want to sell, particularly with these reasons we've just listed. I'm worried about people's perception. What will people think of Crypto 7? I'm worried about my popularity and my perception. I'm worried about leaving the community and not having any friends anymore. So these are issues. These are practical issues. I'm aware that I won't get as much return from staking if I stake my Ethereum or Cardano as I will staking my HEX. So I'm more likely to want to sell my Cardano and Ethereum and less likely to want to sell my HEX. Yes, yes, yes. Number 14, staking in front of DCA. Yeah, number 13, I think we've done that already, DCA strategy. Number 14, some people won't sell as much as you think because if they're big bag holders, there will be liquidity issues. They won't want to dump the price. They won't want to dump the price on themselves or the community. So some people, you'd be surprised, they won't sell as much as you think. And they'll say, oh, I'll sell a bit again in a couple of weeks, and they don't get around to it or whatever else, you know? Well, 15, I think we've done 15 community. Yeah, 16. Yeah, I'm just going over the ones I've done already. Wealth derived from other cryptos, done that one as well. Number 17, sorry, is laziness. Distracted elsewhere. I just touched on it. So some people just don't sell because they just don't get around to it. Maybe they've got busy, engaging jobs and they just didn't get around to selling at the right time. And then having missed the top, they just say, oh, do you know what? I can't be bothered to sell 40% down now as we go into the bear market and have a taxable event. I think I'll just leave it. So a lot of people are lazy. They just don't sell because they're lazy. Maybe they're already rich. Maybe they're distracted elsewhere. And number 18 is a real one as well. It's lost for seed phrases. A lot of, if you see a wallet hasn't moved, if you see a wallet hasn't moved for years, chances are maybe it will never move, you know, like Satoshi Nakamoto's wallets. Lost seed phrases. That's a big deal. That's a big issue. Yeah, so those are the things. And I must have been speaking for, I've been speaking for 17 minutes. So I've got a little bit longer. Yeah. So yeah, as I say, right, just to sort of proof of freshness, we did, the job numbers were better than expected. And that actually, weirdly, dumped the market. So we understand now why crypto's gone down, because we're very much in this bull market swept up by what happens to wider markets. And that's a double-edged sword. It's a good thing and a bad thing. It's what's going to fuel this bull market and already has fueled a lot of this bull market, but it's why we've gone down. I do think it's a massive overreaction. So for instance, NASDAQ is down over 2% right now. It's coming close to close, but right now it's down 2%, which is a lot in stock markets. It's down 2% just because the job numbers are good in the US. I mean, and so that's why crypto's down, because it's seen as a risk asset, and it's seen as an asset where it's very important what the US is doing for interest rates. Look, the TLDR, what I think in my last minute and a half, I think that currently the United States is rudderless. There's no one at the helm. And that's basically the situation. And the markets are waiting until Donald Trump's in about 10 days, less than 2 weeks' time. The 20th of January is a huge deal. And I think one of the things we've seen is how quickly Bitcoin and other cryptos do go up when they want to go up. And so this is a correction. I think there's some key support for Ethereum, and we know how important Ethereum is to Hex and Pulse Chain. There's key support at 3,300, so I'm looking at that. Currently, we're above 3,300. We don't want to go lower than 3,300, and I imagine we don't want to go lower than Bitcoin was a few weeks ago, which was 91,000. So, you know, as long as we bounce at 92, 93, 94, I think that still looks like we're forming an overall trending upwards. But as I say, we saw, you know, in about 10 days, Bitcoin went from 99 to 102. So you see how quickly it moves. We got more than halfway to the all-time high in just days. And some really big moves, obviously, for a number of cryptos. Sui was in price discovery, and a number of them were getting close to being in price discovery now. I think we're setting ourselves up for a fantastic 2025, which will be very much like 2017. 2021 bull run year was cut short a bit. This one should go on. And actually, funnily enough, as I was saying yesterday, it's not a bad thing that Bitcoin doesn't run ahead too fast, because then that fuels a left truncated cycle. And what I'm actually hearing people now starting to talk about is the concept of a right truncated cycle. In other words, actually we might go into early 2026, which a number of clever people, including Axis Alive, is predicting. And I have done my 20 minutes. Fantastic. Enjoy the conference. Thanks very much for having me on. Ciao.
Awesome. So our next guest is not only the sponsor of the conference, but for today, but also a significant figure in crypto and Bitcoin history. So really excited to bring him on after this 30-second music intro.
I feel the word of Richard Hart. It's a lot of fun that I could pick apart. Hex dominating on the weekly chart. Please don't get me started. Hey, that hex so sexy, y'all, y'all, y'all. We're upward trending, y'all, y'all, y'all. This pulse is sending, y'all, y'all.
Hey, Bobby.
Hi, Maddie. How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm really great. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to thank you so much for donating to the conference for today and being featured for texitcoin.org. I'll let you go ahead and give a speech, and then maybe I can come back on with whatever time is left and we'll be able to talk.
That's great. And thanks for the shout out on the website. I appreciate that. So I've been around crypto now for a dozen years. I'm like the most famous guy in crypto that you never heard of, right? I've been kind of lurking in the shadows and, all over the place since I got into Bitcoin back in 2012, when I created the original Bitcoin coin. You'd think that I'd have one on me right now. It looks suspiciously a lot like this. But I did that back in 2012. It's probably the most famous coin in the world today. But I was able to give Bitcoin a physical identity long, long ago, before most people ever heard of Bitcoin cryptocurrency. I was the guy that was manufacturing copper coins, commemorating the digital currency Bitcoin. So, my story is that in 2008, I started manufacturing my own private voluntary barter currency out of gold, silver, and copper coins. And it's interesting that I did that back in 2008, because somewhere else on planet Earth, somebody else going by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto, maybe not their real name, was also starting their own currency as well. Well, I was going down the physical path of, old school coins, while these guys in another part of the world were doing the same thing in the digital realm. And I did very well with my project. I did so well, in fact, that in 2012, I was invited to testify by Texas Congressman Ron Paul for the U.S. House Financial Services Subcommittee on Monetary Policy. And so I gave a speech to Congress back then that was really great. I was telling them to leave our money alone, stay out of money. It's not the government's job. They're supposed to follow their employee handbook, aka the Constitution. And they've failed to do a good job of pretty much everything they've ever tried to do. And so they were talking back then about legalizing gold and silver, and I said, stay out of it. We don't want you to mess up gold and silver. It's not yours. It belongs to the people. And so I really enjoyed what I did with complementary currencies. That was the same year that I ended up creating the original Bitcoin coin back in 2012, back when Bitcoin was, $5 a coin. I bought 0 of them back in the day. So fast forward a couple of years, I've heard about Bitcoin. I'm familiar with it, but now it's 2017 and crypto takes off. I mean, you remember what happened. It was every day another new record was being broken. And a buddy of mine called and he said, hey, do you still make those Bitcoin coins? I said, yeah, I still make them. Well, I want to place an order for $100,000 worth of them in gold. So, all right, that's a big order. I want to pay in Bitcoin. And I've never once accepted Bitcoin as money, but I was eager to try it out. It's becoming this, global phenomenon, and I'm going to finally dip a toe in the water of accepting it. So I did my first crypto transaction back in 2017. But I said to my friend, I said, look, instead of me making just this commemorative coin, I've heard that one of the biggest problems with crypto is digital risks, hackers, exchanges going bankrupt, private key security, and fires and floods, and people just getting into crypto, making a good decision to become involved and participate and join this digital currency revolution. But then something goes wrong and they lose it all. And there's got to be a better way for people to keep their crypto safe than storing it on an exchange. And the cold wallets weren't really that big of a thing back then. Nobody really knew how to use many of them. And so I said, what if I took my world famous coin that everybody knows and loves, the official, unofficial face of all things Bitcoin, and what if I laser etch a private key directly onto the back of that coin and then cover that key in a tamper evident security seal? Now, that's been done kind of before. The Cassasius coins were a big thing in the 2012, 2013, 2014. But I had some lasers. I was familiar with how to generate key pairs offline in a very secure environment. And so I started laser etching the keys on the back, cover it with a tamper evident security seal, and voila, I've got not just an easy way to take a digital asset and put it in somebody's physical hand, but also now a bridge between these two very different worlds. You've got the old school realm of gold, silver, copper, physical money, and then you've got this new digital thing that's intangible. It's out there somewhere in the cloud. Nobody really knows where it is, what it is. But now I've got this product that gives someone the ability to take a digital asset and hold it in their physical hands. And it's safe, it's easy. It's like Bitcoin for beginners, right? It's like crypto for kids. It's there's nothing else to do. All you do is you take your crypto, you send it to the public key that's on the outside of the coin, and then your only job is to keep that coin safe. Essentially what you've done is you've converted digital risk, hackers and exchange bankruptcies and all that stuff, into physical risk. So the question is, what's more likely? Are you more likely to lose your physical coin or get hacked, or lose your physical coin or have an exchange go bankrupt? I mean, we've seen those horror stories so many times, and it's so sad when it happens. And it's always like, man, how did we make that mistake again? I don't understand. Haven't we learned our lesson yet? And so when I designed and brought to market the cold storage coins, it was really funny because I brought them to market in Singapore at the Singapore Coin Fair in 2018. And people would walk up to our booth and they'd look at these cold storage coins and they'd laugh and they'd throw them down on the table. Because everyone back then thought that crypto was dead, right? Bitcoin hits this high of $20,000 and goes all the way back down over the next couple of months to $3,000. And so it was a big joke. And so I introduced the product, for the world to admire right when the whole world thought that crypto was dead. So it kind of shelved it for a while. At the time, I had shipped 1,000 of them into Amazon, their fulfillment by Amazon program, their whatever that thing is called, and they banned the product right away. They said, you can't sell crypto on Amazon. We're not going to let you sell it. And then it wasn't until like a year later that I got an email from Amazon saying, your product's out of stock, send us more. And I'm like, what product? I'm not selling anything on Amazon. And I logged in and I'm like, I can sell cold storage wallets on Amazon now. That's great. And so send them in, and eventually started developing coins for other blockchains. Every coin is designed and manufactured to support a single blockchain. You know, the Bitcoin one holds Bitcoin, Ethereum one holds Ethereum. And I think we've got about 15 different ones now. We did, Binance Smart Chain, we did Doge, we've done Litecoin, we did Monero, we did Dash, we did a bunch of other ones that are not quite popular anymore. But we made a lot of different coins over the years. And I'm very proud to say that not a single one of those coins ever has failed to allow the user to retrieve safely and quickly the crypto that's stored on those coins. And that's, I think, a really great virtue. Because crypto's fun, but man, it's such a disaster to know that you got in, you hit, only to find out that somebody emptied out your wallet later. And I met you, Maddie, back in Consensus last May, and I don't know if it was you or somebody with you or somebody else that happened by our table, and they're like, how do we know that you're not storing a copy of the private key? And I'm like, look, you don't really know. We've got a page on the website that's dedicated to manufacturing integrity, as we call it. We've got a clean room that we do all the key generation. We've got a room dedicated where we do all the laser etching. There's only one person that's allowed to have access to those computers. We manufacture these things on computers that are offline. They've never once touched the internet. They've got no Wi-Fi. There's no cameras in it's a very secure environment, and we know how to do this. And I'm explaining this, and the guy goes, you know how I know that we can trust the coins? Because you started making them in 2017, and you're still alive today. Nobody's taken you out. I'm like, okay. That's pretty good evidence that we've done a good job, and the coins actually do what they're intended and designed to do, which is keep crypto safe offline. Now, getting it off the coin is a little bit of a challenge because, first of all, we don't do that part. Our job is to make sure that the coin holds your crypto safe. The challenge is that apps change over the years. And so while an app may have supported, import from private key process, back in 2017 or 2018, like Bread Wallet or the crypto.com, maybe not, I don't know. A couple of them did, and then they don't, or they're gone. And so, so it's really not the easiest thing to get the crypto back off of there. And probably 4 or 5 times a week, we'll get an email from someone saying, hey, I bought your Dogecoin and I can't seem to find any Doge wallet that'll import from private key. Can you help me out? And I say, sure, just send me a picture of your laser etched coin. And of course, they break rule number 1. They snap a picture of it. They send it to some person on the other side of the internet that they've never met. And I do the recovery for them. And I'm, very glad that I'm able to help. I'm glad that they are willing to trust me and help them through that recovery. But I'm always pleasantly surprised and relieved when the crypto comes right off of the coin and goes exactly where it's supposed to go. I had a guy 2-3 weeks ago that had the same challenge with his Bitcoin. I used the Bitcoin.com wallet to do my recovery for BTC. The guy had $120,000 on his coin, and he was not really ready to send me a copy of his private key. And I said, look, man, you called me. Go check a picture of me on the website. I'll do a video conference with you. We'll see if we can convince you. He finally was convinced, sent the key over. We did the recovery, and it works great. It works great every single time. I don't think at this point we're the biggest cold storage company on the market. There are probably some other big names out there that do it, but I definitely think that our product is the most cost-effective and the easiest to use. I mean, no moving parts, no two-factor authentication. It's just a simple, easy way to keep crypto safe offline where it can't get hacked and it won't go out of business. And that's what brought us to the conversation here today, because we bumped into you back in May, and you said these are really cool, and I would love to have a customized one for Pulse Chain. And we said we'd love to do it. That's a great opportunity for us to do some cross-marketing between your project and our brand. I don't know how many of the Pulse Chains we've made for you. I know that we've made them in different metals so far, and it's been a great experience meeting you. And then you came out to our event in Austin last week at the Hanover Hotel or Hanover apartment complex for our holiday party. Then we hit the town on 6th Street and had a great night, and the rest is history, as they say. So our company is Blockchain Mint. We manufacture a very easy way to keep crypto safe offline. And just this last January, I finally, after 12 years of, like I said, lurking in the shadows, decided to throw my hat in the crypto ring as well. I started Texic Coin back then as a continuation of my life's work and passion for honest money and a private voluntary currency that's fast, easy to use, and mined and controlled, not just here in the US, but in Texas. And so we're building a currency for Texas by Texans that's designed to support local communities all over the state. That's our second job that we'll do as soon as we make more progress in establishing a large, reliable, privately owned, decentralized mine here in Texas that we're crowdsourcing through a really great affiliate program that, of course, you're invited to join if you'd like to mine Texacoin along with us, have a great time, make some money, and help establish this grassroots currency here in Texas. So that's me. I'm Bobby Gray. That's my story. I don't know if I've taken up enough time, but happy to be here. Happy to be a sponsor with Texacoin. And it was very gracious of you to agree to accept our sponsorship contribution in our own currency. I think that shows a lot of synergy and a lot of faith and a lot of good opportunity to scratch each other's back as we continue to navigate this strange but very exciting world of cryptocurrency.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've got my Bitcoin from 2018.
Look at that in the original packaging.
Because with your app, I was able to pull up the exact date that it was manufactured, along with the coordinates in Thailand that it came from and stuff.
That's right. See, we developed that system to answer that question. How do we trust this thing? And I said, look, I can't guarantee it. There's nothing I can say to you that's going to completely convince you. But what I can do is I can take all my manufacturing data, where it was made, who runs the company, our company stamp, my signature on our production log. If I share that with you, it's more than you're going to get from anyone else. It's not everything, unless you're standing there watching it and sledgehammering the computers and laser at the end of the production run. You don't really know. But look, that's what crypto is all about. Look, for the first time in history, we're going to trust each other more than we trust the bankers, the guys that are professionally engaged in the protection, safety, and circulation of money. We don't like those guys. We don't trust them. And it just makes me it's so funny to see people bowing down. Oh, look, BlackRock is now in the crypto conversation. Look, JP Morgan's the keynote speaker at this event. I'm like, we don't like those guys, man. That's why we started this thing in the first place, right? Anyway, say what you want about the banks. The point is that we're trusting each other. And I don't really know you, and you don't really know me. But we're willing to take a little bit of a leap of faith here because we know that we don't trust those guys. They print up however much money they want. They give it out to their friends. I'm not on that list. I don't get money from the Federal Reserve. I got to work for my money, right? So here we are. We're in a place now where we're so fed up with that system that we've got to develop something that causes us to come way outside of our comfort zone. You can't walk down to Bank of America and do a chargeback. You can't walk down and get your private key replaced. We just got each other in this thing, man. And all you can do is you can look at somebody in the eye and you can say, this seems like a person that's committed to doing a good job. People make mistakes. Okay, that's all right. But do we have a serious desire to do the right thing, serve the needs of the market, and establish complementary solutions where the dollar lets us down? And that's what crypto is all about. That's why I'm here. And I'm bringing my leadership to that conversation now in the crypto realm with Texacoin.
I dig it. Yeah, that's awesome. And it really, I think within the HEX community, we had done a tour of 40 different cities back in 2021. And the city that had the most people show up in the HEX community, in our crypto group was Austin out of any other city in the country. And so, I can tell that Texans really identify with these principles of being your own bank and separating from middlemen in the government and everything. And so
it's that rugged culture. Really cool. Texas it's got its own culture. Everything's bigger in Texas. Don't mess with Texas. Come and take it. I mean, we're We're vigilant. We like to be prepared. Preparation and readiness is an important Texas virtue. So it's a rugged area. You gotta be a little rough around the edges and a little skeptical of the bankers. So that's what we have here. We're glad to have you now down in the Austin area, and can't wait to go out and have another great time with you guys again soon.
Yeah, that sounds great. So I'm going to share the links in our live stream so people can follow your socials for Texitcoin on Instagram and Twitter and Telegram. You guys have a Telegram as well.
And don't go to Blockchain Mint trying to buy products because our credit card processing is shut down right now. So we're not selling anything on our web store. But if you do like what we have to say and you want to be a part of our adventure, the best way to do it is to check out texitcoin.org. And on the top of that website, you'll find a link where you can learn more about our mining program. It's new. We've got a long way to go in building our mine. Our goal is 100 million mega hash. We're about 0.3% of the way towards the goal. So we've got our work cut out for us, but we're proud of how far we've come in just the last couple months, and looking forward to a bright 2025.
Very cool. And so thank you again for sponsoring this day of the conference. And I actually also, so you and I had collaborated to make 1,000 physical pulse chain coins. After, I've been a user of your product since, I guess, 2018.
Yeah.
I have the physical proof here.
Yeah, you got the 2018 package.
And I've onboarded myself in the past 6 years, at least 120 people into Hex using your tool of cold storage coins. And so I dropped a link in the live stream to where people can find out more about ordering some of these pulse chain physical coins. The most famous people that I've onboarded using your product were Hawk Tua and Jordan Peterson, as you know.
Yes, love
it. So they're Hexicans now. And this is what the product looks like in copper. And then I grabbed it. We've done a special collaboration here in silver that looks amazing. And then somebody was joking around in the comments like, "Where's the pure gold version?
Where's the VIP?"
So, there it is.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah.
Look, it's an easy thing.
Coin.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just an easy way to put a digital asset in someone's hands. It connects those dots. We still live in a physical world today where people, they like to touch and hold things to start to begin to make sense of it. And so if we can bring people into this exciting digital realm with a powerful, tool like a cold storage coin, it works great for everybody.
Thanks again for being on the conference, Bobby, and for being such a great person in the crypto sphere.
Thank you very much. We'll see you guys again. Nice to meet you.
Take care. Peace. And I would encourage everybody, to go ahead and follow, whether it's Twitter or Telegram that you're following. This is like a really outstanding group of crypto people that I've been a fan of for many years. And as he said, Bobby created the Bitcoin logo of the coin with the circuit boards that's known by billions of people now in the world. So very cool part of crypto history. So up next we have Corey Geary. I'm gonna play this intro here, and then we'll have him up on screen.
The only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Hexicans. ICOs, pump and dumps, they always try to take you. Buy low, sell high, I'm tired of your fake news. You need a token, you're broken, you wanna see some massive gains? Lambo, new crib, model wife, cash and chains. Look no further at your final destination. Don't be complacent every day when you paper chasing. Choose the best, leave the rest. Stop investing like you press the only crypto that you'll ever.
Hey, Corey Geary, how's it going? Oh, no audio. Somebody say in the chat if you can hear him. Personally, I can't.
What about now?
Perfect. Yes.
Do we hear me now? Let's go to
Yeah.
my MacBook.
Did you just come from the future? Look at those glasses. I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me now. Perfect. We're good.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Hey, great to have you join the conference for this 20-minute talk. How you been?
I'm doing absolutely blessed, man. Had an amazing holiday out here in Arizona right now. Taking a break from Puerto Rico, which has been awesome. And yeah, man, just touching some grass out here, you know?
Awesome. Well, you're one of the favorite regular streamers that I actually listed in my like coin that I just got done talking about. There's a booklet that tells people how to get into Hex and Pulse Chain, and I listed your channel as one of the ones that people should subscribe to. So really excited to have you here on the conference, and I'll let you take it away here for the next 20 minutes.
Sounds good, brother.
Awesome.
What's going on, Pulse of Kids? I am Corey Geary, as you might know now. I'm from the DeFi Crypto Alliance show, and I like to bring the energy. I'm a little bit pumped, and I like to lack a little bit of the class clown, but I love to have fun. And what we're going to talk about today is some of the stuff that we talk about over on my show. So a lot of the DeFi Crypto Alliance guys here, the tribe that watches me every day, they're going to know exactly what I'm talking about, what I'm going to say today. And that's perfectly fine. In fact, I see Brizology in the chat today. He's already mentioned what I'm going to talk about, which is cool, but we're going to talk about a few things. We're coming into 2025. This is what I call the wealth creation year. This is the time where, basically we've been waiting for. This is it, right? And this is the part of the cycle that we all get stoked about. And I want to talk about a few different things, though, because you need to be mentally prepared for wealth. And so my background is I come from the entrepreneurial world. I was in real estate for a little over a decade before I got into crypto. And I spent a lot of time in mastermind. I spent a lot of time just reading and, basically preparing my brain, if you will, to be an entrepreneur. And investing in crypto is no different. Make no mistake about it. You have to have the mental fortitude for this asset class, and you have to have the wits about you and the mindset, which is most important. And my belief is, I believe that in every family lineage, there is one person appointed by the universe or God. I believe in God, but you can believe in the universe if you want. But I believe there's one person appointed in that family lineage to change the trajectory of that lineage forever on and break the chains, the curse of mediocrity, to break the 9-to-5 curse, to break the 401k scams and forever free their lineage. I believe I am that one in my family lineage. I believe you guys here today are the one because you are here today, because you are participating in this asset class and you want wealth creation through cryptocurrency, mainly HEX. I freaking love HEX, guys. It's the largest position in my portfolio as far as dollar value is concerned. So I love HEX. I am a big believer of it, and I'm super stoked to be speaking here at the HEX conference. But let's dive more into the mindset and why we need to prepare ourselves for this wealth. A lot of people, when they get wealth, they're not able to keep it. Look at how many, football players, movie actors, singers, whatever it may be, they come into wealth really quick. And what happens? They lose it. They go to jail. They do drugs. Some of them, end up killing themselves, unfortunately. It's because they were never mentally prepared for that wealth process in their life. They came into the money, and then the money was gone. We see this in crypto too. Last cycle, how many millionaires came out of crypto and are broke now? A lot. And so there's more to it than just creating the money. You have to become a millionaire here in here before you can become a millionaire here, especially to preserve that $1 million that you created from your wealth creation journey. And we know it's been one hell of a journey. For you guys who have been on this roller coaster with me and me with you guys, I mean, this has been a wild journey, a lot of ups and downs, and it's just been brutal. I've been through here since, you know, the Pulse X sacrifice. That's when I got in. I'm not an OG by any stretch of the measure. I got into crypto back in 2020, and my first ecosystem was the Phantom ecosystem. And I got introduced into crypto by my business partner, Dane Ballwinkle, which you guys know who he is if you guys watch my show. So a lot of the mindset behind wealth creation, though, is you have to be able to get the victim mentality out of your psyche. And what do I mean by that? And I got some notes here that I'll be referring to a little bit, but professional victims always have drama and trauma happen to them. How many people you know in your lives there's always, you know, the rainy day, there's always the broken roof, there's always the broken car, or the job that they have is keeping them from being successful, or maybe it's the government that's keeping them from being successful. This is victim mentality, and a victim mentality type person who comes into wealth will lose that wealth quickly. So you have to be very careful. We have to reprogram ourselves, rewire the brain to be able to not be the victim all the time. In fact, the one way you can do that is by complete ownership. So what do I mean by that? Well, everything in our lives up to this point is our fault, okay? Meaning the relationships you have with your family is my fault. The relationships I have with my dad, my mom, my brother, my sister, whoever it may be, that's my fault. My wife, my fault. My kids, whether it be good or bad. The money you have in your bank account is your fault or my fault. It's not because I didn't have the opportunity because the last 4 years we had a Democrat, president. That's not how you want to think about these things. You want to be able to take full ownership and responsibility for where your life is at today. Once you start learning to do that, you're able to create the reality you want. It's exactly how I ended up here in cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a tool for me. It's a wealth creation tool, mainly HEX in the Pulse Chain community. I feel like this is the best crypto community, period, because of you guys, because of Richard Hart, and because of the assets he made. I believe that these will do phenomenal gains. Never financial advice. I'm just a dude on the internet who likes to speculate on his own money and tell you guys what I'm doing with my money. But you want to be able to be conditioning yourself now before that money hits you and you don't know what to do at that time. So start thinking about everything in your life. Everything is a cause and effect, and it's there because your fault, okay? Here is the crucial truth, though. There are no random acts. There are no random lives. Professional victims talk a lot about fate, talk a lot about luck. Does that sound familiar? Do you guys know somebody who's always like, oh, if I could only get lucky and win maybe $100,000, or if I could just get lucky and come into some money? Go out there and create your own luck. That's what we're doing right now with HEX, okay? It's hard. Think about this. When you were dollar cost averaging in, especially here in the bottoms, I know a lot of you guys were, it was tough. For me, it was tough. I had literally just moved to Puerto Rico with my family to do this crypto thing and go heavy, go all in, go all out. I sold rental properties. I shut my business down, and we were going to play all out and use this as a wealth creation tool. And then what happened? The SEC hit, and we saw massive carnage. When I was dollar cost averaging in those bottoms, because I was throwing clips in every single week, I kept throwing up in my mouth because I felt like I was throwing away my money, but I was sticking to the plan because I knew it was the right trajectory for me, okay? So you have to keep the fortitude, keep the faith. You have to take a step back, Look at the grander picture and see what is unfolding before your eyes. Don't get wrapped up in the day-to-day Twitter FUD, all the toxicity. That will shut you down, and it will also prevent you from seeing opportunity, aka HEX. Right now, even today, HEX at 1.3, 1.4 cents. I think it's still an amazing opportunity. Once again, not financial advice, just for my money, what I speculate on. But this is the opportunity to be able to go in there and change the trajectory of your life and be the one. People who are a victim mentality talk little about personal responsibility, which we just talked about, owning up to everything that's happened up in your life to this point. Okay. This includes your health. I'll give you an example. Last year, in January, I got all my biometrics done for my blood biometrics. It was over like 70 metrics to hit. And I found out my LDLs were high, my A1Cs were high, which is very unhealthy. A1Cs means you're pre-diabetic. LDLs are your bad cholesterol. So I took the whole entire year and I made it the year of health. So that way I can create the reality I wanted. Now my A1Cs are low. My LDLs are low. I created that reality. I took ownership of my health and I started eating healthy. I started going to the gym every day and I made it happen. You have to create the reality you want. Same in crypto. How many times do we see people fudding their own bags or selling the bottom? They are self-sabotaging themselves because they come from a place of victimhood and lack. Okay. They don't love themselves or feel like they deserve the abundance that the universe has laid before them. Okay. So make sure you're starting to take full ownership of everything in your life to get ready to accept the abundance that's about to take place. Because make no mistake, for me in my life and my money, I know what abundance is about to take place. All right. Next thing I want to talk about, and this is a little controversial, and Brizology might MF me in the chat a little bit, and that's perfectly fine because I love Brizology. I want to talk about HEX staking. Okay. I believe in the latter, but the one thing for me, once again, this is my opinion, it's not financial advice. So one thing for me that I believe is that you should stake, or I should stake, we'll say me, I should stake based around market cycles. So I've seen all the last 3 years, 4 years, well, 3 years is about how long I've been in this community. People talk about create stakes to come out on your birthday, create stakes to come out on your anniversary, Christmas. For me and my money, that's completely the wrong strategy, because if HEX is coming out in a stake in a bear market, I have 3 options. I can hold it liquid. Okay, what was the point of staking my HEX if I'm just going to hold it liquid right now? That's kind of dumb. I can sell it. Okay, now I'm selling the bottom. That's, right there, self-sabotage. Why would you want to do that? That's pointless. HEX is meant to be sold on the top of the market cycle. Or 3, I can restake it. The biggest problem with restaking it is now you've lost all your T shares. Not all of them, but a good portion of them. We know when you go back to restake your HEX, your T shares are going to be less. For example, when I got in the community, it was 19,000 HEX per T share. Now we're almost 40,000 HEX per T share. That's a double. Okay. So I've lost twice, or, half my T shares if I go and restake now. And if it was the beginning of the bear market, the middle of the bear market, I have lost all those T shares. So all I'm saying is, when you're planning on your staking ladder, take the data that's available to you and plan that accordingly. Smart investors that are in real estate, oil and gas, business and mergers and acquisitions, they use the data to drive their decisions in their investment. Okay. So do the same thing with HEX. All right. Use the data that we have, the 4-year market cycles, in your staking strategy in building that ladder out. So that way, when your HEX is coming due, it's coming out on the top of a bull run. And now, okay, If you sell the HEX, you're not wrecked. You're probably doing pretty good. You can still restake it if you wanted to for the next cycle top. That's another option you can do once you get to that point. But now at least you have some HEX to sell and have that wealth creation. Also, have a liquid bag. We're in this to win it. So you want to have a liquid bag for this cycle. If HEX goes and does 100X and you don't have anything liquid, you don't want to have temptation of any EES. Okay. You want to be able to have that bag to take profits and be part of the wealth creation so you can be the one in your family to change the trajectory of your family tree. It's very important to think these things through. And the 4-year cycle, in my opinion, is not going anywhere anytime soon because it's based off the global liquidity index. Most people will tell you, oh, it's off of the Bitcoin halving. We're going to start seeing left translated cycles. We're going to see a super cycle where it's right translated. You hear all these different narratives of this time is different, and it never is. In fact, did you know the 4-year cycles were around long before crypto was here? It's been around for a very long time based around, once again, the global liquidity index. So being smart about your HEX stakes will help you with the wealth creation. Having a liquid bag, maybe you roll it on the monthly, that's fine. That's what I do for this cycle. And then being strategic about the HEX you stake into the future based around cycle theory, because it's the only data we have. Until we're proven wrong, use the data that you have as smart investors do. Last but not least, now I only got 4 minutes left. This went quick. What are you going to do after taking profits? This is massive. We don't want to give away 30 to 50% to 3-letter agencies. They did not partner with you on your investment, okay? They didn't take the risk with you on your investment. And so to give away via taxes all the money you just made is just irresponsible as being the one in your family to change the trajectory of your family lineage. So what we like to do, obviously Puerto Rico is an option, but most people cannot use Puerto Rico as that tool. I did, but we've came to find a trust that allows us, listen closely to me, it allows us to sell crypto, HEX, if you want, Pulse, whatever it is, in the bull run, go into another asset class, real estate, business and mergers and acquisitions, oil and gas. We get all these deals from our community and hang out there. Say you buy a business, you put a little systems and processes in place, you get some marketing under the hood there, and now it's doing really well. And a year later, you sell the business and go back into crypto. You can do all this and not pay taxes. Let me say that again. You can do all this and not pay taxes. They're deferred. So they're not completely gone, but they're deferred until you decide to pay yourself. When you pay yourself, it's called self-enriching. That's when you pay the taxes. So for example, you're like, hey, I want to go buy that brand new Corvette. I like Corvettes. I'm a Corvette guy. And you take out $100,000 from the trust, you're taxed on the $100,000. But while your money's working for you, you get to be tax deferred, meaning the full value, the full economic energy of your money keeps working for you. And you can go from crypto to real estate back into crypto, and back and forth between these asset classes, all while not paying taxes. And here's even something better. We worked with the trustee, the attorneys, and the tax strategists to make it where you can do DeFi in this trust, where you hold the keys. You're in control of the wallet. So the trustee's not in control of the wallet. You're the one that's making the decisions. You're the one that retains control of the keys. It's the only trust out there like this because we educated them and onboarded them into the Pulse Chain community. And a lot of you guys know who he is. His name is Chris. That's a tax strategist who follow me on the DeFi Crypto Alliance show. We've had him on that show multiple times, but this is a great way to preserve that wealth. The wealth creation is one piece of the puzzle. Remember what I said, you got to become a millionaire here and here. The here part, though, is the wealth preservation. Now, if your goal is to sell all your crypto and go out buy Lamborghinis and yachts and party your butt off until the money's gone, well, then this trust is not for you. But if you're the chosen one in your family where you need to be around to break the chains of mediocrity, that curse of 9 to 5, the 401k scam, then this trust is for you. If you guys want more information about this, you can always hit me up on Twitter. I'm always in the DMs. Feel free to DM me and ask me about the trust, and we can talk more about it, and I can give you more information. So thank you, Maddie. That went quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for your talk today and for your regular streams on Hex and Pulse Chain. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I appreciate it so much. Hex Love, it's called a DeFi Wealth Trust. DM me on Twitter if you want more information, and I'll send you over the link for Chris, who's our tax strategist, and you can book a call with them and see if it's the right product for you. So,
awesome. Thanks a lot, Corey.
Thank you so much.
Looking forward to having you back in the future.
Yep. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks. And up next, we got a panel of 4 that'll come on after this 1-minute intro. Thanks, Corey.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term so you can keep your shirt on, so you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to.
What's up, gang?
Hey, Maddie.
How's it going?
Good to see you all. So all 4 of you are excellent speakers when it comes to Hex. And so I'm really excited to see you guys all on a panel together. Thank you for being here. And I will let you take it away for the next hour.
Thanks, Maddie. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
Hex
team. How y'all doing?
Hex is excellent DeFi, and pretty much everything in the Richard Hart sphere is made to be, to maximize the process of DeFi, right? We've got the PulseX, we've got Hex, which really it fosters the importance of self-custody, right? Because you're the one who stakes, you're the one getting T-shares. It's kind of I'd like to see it on a DEX. I like seeing everything on a DEX, but when you stake, you need to hold it in your own wallet. You know what I mean? So it trains you to be more efficient in DeFi. And so that's one of the reasons I'm a huge fan of Hex.
Nice.
Permissionless. I mean, I was
Permission-
going to say like everything about the DeFi space that is real DeFi, that's Hex, and everything else that we like, around the amazing place called Pulse Chain is just, it is one of those things where you have control of everything. And I know all the speakers today, a lot of us have been around for a while, or we've been bringing up these talking points and saying them over and over, but it's really, I think you get to a point where you can hear something a lot and then you either believe it or you don't. But the Hex is the one that you can look at and be like, there is nothing holding me back from being in control of my own finance. And it's one of the greatest products. And I hope we really don't forget that, especially at the Hex conference. It is something special, and I don't want to take it for granted, for sure.
Yeah, like one of the things that I've been noticing lately through the Twitter spaces and people just getting into their emotions, I think they forget about the core principles of investing. One of the things that I love to talk about is you always have to extrapolate your timeline, because if you don't extrapolate your timeline, you're going to be continuously thinking of the intraday activities of what happens today, what happens tomorrow. And a lot of people will have this misconception that this is a get rich quick type of scenario. This is a, first cycle or pump and dump situation. But main reason why Hex was created is for you to stake it for a long time, 10, 15 years out. If you're not staking, if you don't have a couple of stakes out for 10, 15 years, in my opinion, you're not doing it correctly, because the difference between this and everything else is that you're supposed to remove your emotions from the thing that's going to cause you to make irrational decisions. And when you make irrational decisions, that's when you basically, quote unquote, people shoot themselves in the foot, because they let their emotions get in the way. And unless you are an experienced, seasoned investor coming from traditional finance, emotions are the first thing that comes into place whenever you see red candles. You immediately get really emotional, addicted to your money, and you think, all of the money that I worked hard to accumulate through my 9 to 5, through your business, you see it evaporate, on paper. So you really have to have a strong mental fortitude to be able to do that on your own. But the main reason Hex was created is so you can eliminate that aspect. You can rely on the blockchain to take care of that for you, and you're not making those irrational decisions by yourself. And we need to go back and think about those core principles that Richard talked about early on in the beginning.
Yeah, I think too that it's one of those. I love HSIs. I love. It's so interesting to hear about the expansion pack and all the stuff that can make community projects, things that can do help people do other things with Hex and provide utility. At the same time, I've always had this feeling of like the ones I really want to keep hold on to, that I don't want to be tempted to get rid of, that again save myself for myself type of thing. The native stake really appeals to me for that, because even the liquid staking, and you can talk about the other derivatives and products and stuff too, they still I don't want to give myself an out. I don't want that flexibility. I kind of want to like lock myself in on maybe not everything, but a lot of stuff. I don't want to be tempted with, oh, you're not going to liquidity for this or that, or but it's amazing that we have, again, all these people building all these utilities on the product. You can have that. And people are like, you know what? HSAs for everything. I have full control over my future self. I'm not worried about it. I'm going to do this or that. They're transferable, all these cool features. And some people, me, I still have that affinity for it. I love that. When I make that decision, it is me. It is that truth engine. I'm 100%
Your audio is a little bit muffled, and it's just recent.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could get closer to the camera or something.
It's just internet up and down, probably.
Oh, you're better.
Yeah,
You're better now.
It's just latency. It's just latency from
Rock.
time. But yeah, I don't always like removing. I don't like always give myself more choices when it comes to that. I really like that staying one-to-one.
Fru, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts, I agree with everything that everyone said. So I just continue to buy and stake and wait. That's
all you got to do, right? Just stake it till you make it.
Yeah. What do you guys think? When's this ruling going to come out with the motion to dismiss or lack thereof?
It'd be funny if it came out in the middle of a conference.
It's almost like bullshit.
I have breaking news. Breaking news. Hexagons unaffected. Hexagons unaffected.
Yeah, right. I know the Eastern time zone. You're pulling one on us.
Oh yeah. It's 10:30. It's not too bad. We've done later.
Auntie Carol has stayed up to make this informative decision just for us.
Boy, yeah. But the funny thing is, really, no matter what happens, it's immutable code, and it's made to be DeFi, made to be decentralized, right? So, obviously, anything decentralized, anyone getting into this knew that there was going to be some sort, at least one fight on their hands, right? This isn't the most chill way to play around like with crypto, because if you have self-custody in almost anything, people are going to be angry about it. And that even includes if you do everything correctly, if you report your taxes, if you pay and everything. No one can take that money from you, and that's the big plus of having your own hopefully cold storage wallet, right? is it's your keys. It's not even a DEX. No one can go hack the DEX and take it from you, right? And no one can make derivatives off your stuff without your consent. And so, that's pretty great. And people are learning about it. It's still new. I mean, when you see that Bitcoin hit 100K and everyone's, crazy about crypto again, right? And they're talking about it, and they still don't quite know the difference between the DEX, buying Bitcoin on Venmo or whatever, and DeFi. Even that you'd have to use bridge, or what a decentralized exchanges, how it even works, how the farms work, the incentives there, impermanent loss if you do decide to farm. All this stuff, people are still, it's still so new. And the way I see it, Richard Hart products are just one of the, not the first, but one of the first that really try to have a self-contained, ecosystem where people know how to do it, right? I mean, after you go through the bridge and initially get your Ethereum, right, and put it through the bridge, it's really hard for a lot of people to do, but it's, as more and more, as time goes on, crypto gets attacked more, people are going to move more and more to the DeFi space, probably over time. So,
Yeah, there's something interesting that you mentioned there, that self-custody and self-possession. It's in other words, it's a threat to power. Whenever someone doesn't have a third party or a government agency or an institution doesn't have the ability to seize your assets, whether that's, in our case, it's crypto, it's a threat to power, because you can't, the biggest way to control someone and to silence them is through taking away their resources. I mean, we see it over and over again through this areas outside the crypto space, with the cases against Trump, with Richard Hart, with people like the Tate brothers. Those are examples that we can use within our space and environment to understand what the threat to power is, and that is having control of your own money. Because the moment someone has access to your bank accounts, to your retirement accounts, to your 401k, your Roth IRAs, and you say something that they don't like, they can immediately tell you, silence you by seizing those assets, putting a lien on your property, putting a lien on your real estate, whatever it may be. And then you have no choice but to kneel to them and to oblige to it. But the people that you see that are the most successful and are able to quickly alleviate from all that are the people who have self-custody of their own assets. Richard Hart, Tate brothers, and Trump are examples of those individuals that you can't silence them. I'll give an example, because my citizenship is from El Salvador. So a lot of people who are in the crypto space are familiar with what's happening in El Salvador.
Oh yeah,
one of the biggest reasons, big things, and a lot of Hexicans are have eyes on the country and what's going to happen in the future. But in the past, prior to Bukele coming into office, the reason why El Salvador was such any other third world country, it was because the corruption between poor presidents, quote unquote, were just bought out by the corruption of the gangs or the mafia or whatever it may be. But when you have a president who has their own money and who can't be bought out, then they can't take control of his power, right? He becomes he was able to sustain himself and not be bought out, which allowed him to set his own policies without having to take a knee to somebody else. And I use that example because that is the power that you have when you have self-custody, when you have things in your own possession, when you have actually true DeFi, when you follow the principles of Satoshi, of Bitcoin, and then you follow the principles of HEX with Richard Hart. That is the equivalent of taking back control of that power. So a lot of people think just one-dimensional. It's like, oh, we're in crypto. It's just like get rich quick. No, you have to think 5-10 years out. What does having your own power mean in the future when they're threatening to take possession of your assets? And if you don't have it in your own custody and you have it all in third-party financial institutions, then you're at the mercy of somebody else telling you what you can and cannot do and what you can and cannot say. So I hope people understand the concept of what real DeFi is. And I think a lot of people have lost that over the past couple of years. We have a new wave of hexagons coming in who they don't really believe in the Satoshi vision and the vision that Richard Hart painted, which is just a better version of Bitcoin. They kind of just followed into the whole, cryptocurrency wave, get rich quick, and they forgot the true principles. And I want to remind that of people, go back to the very, very, very beginning, very, very core principles. It's just my thoughts on that.
It's you have a lot of people with the wave, and it's usually when Bitcoin and Ethereum reach a high, and then you get people, the altcoin season or the meme coin season, you get people getting in out, buying shit coins, not reading white papers. That's a big thing. Just going on what other people say, not doing the research, and unfortunately just getting rinsed, right? And it happens every cycle. And Hex is great because whether it's an HSI format or native, you could you stake it and you can't fumble it away, right? So that protects shitcoinery a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's just been, I said it, like I said a million times, a long bear market. People get bored. They start reprioritizing things. Maybe before they were in it for true DeFi, and also we can have mad gains. Now they're like, you know what? Just give me mad gains. We'll do DeFi later. I just want mad gains. Like, it's so easy to fall into that. I'm like, why wouldn't that? That aligns with a lot of people's goals and stuff, anyways. But it really is this zooming out, bigger picture type of thing of, I do want a place where people can't tell me what to do, how to transact. I want those freedoms. I want those to be protected. And why not have amazing price performance at some point, hopefully in the future, once again, to make it all just, all just bring more people in, make everything easier for onboarding, and show them the power of these systems that you can build and be without all the gates and, all that stuff too. I want to ask you all a question too. I think I asked this last conference because I'm genuinely curious. Without green candles, I know we've had some here and there, but assuming, we don't have them today. I don't know. I'm to charge today. Assume not everything here is not. But how do we, until they come or whatever, how do we onboard? How do we get people excited about these things, especially when other ecosystems, other things are popping off here and there? How do we get them to not run and chase the shiny candles away from true DeFi and away from other places, and get them to at least stay here or participate or contribute more? How do we do onboarding without the number one onboarding tool?
TikTok
I'll
and YouTube
go
Shorts.
first.
Yeah.
Or anybody, and whoever wants to go first.
Well, first of all, it's cheap, right? And it's hard to get into, so you can kind of tap into that edgelord kind of. Assuming you're talking about PHEX, especially, hey, first of all, don't put in anything that you can't lose. Not trying to, make gains off of other people's foibles, right? This is kind of like Frank said, the original view of Satoshi was more of a DeFi situation than a quick pump situation, right? So it's okay, here's what DeFi is: decentralized finance. This is how it works. Maybe explain how, the farms work and the whole DeFi exchanges work and how they're different from a traditional bank or a centralized exchange. And then be hey, the harder it is to get something before, this court case, for example, or, even Pulse being listed on a centralized exchange, which would be nice, easier to get into. It's here's something that's hard to do with an asset that's cheap. You're not going to make big gains if you get into Bitcoin right now, right? But you could make big gains if you get into something that's kind of hard to get, right? Getting Ethereum, going over the bridge, taking this leap on a volatile asset, and it really is, considering everything that's happening, why don't you give it a shot, right? Know what you're getting into, but give it a shot. There's a lot of people that want to see fast gains. There are a lot of people that are doing it for self-custody reasons. People have different reasons for being hexagons. It's not just one. Some people like the whole certificate of deposit thing that it was modeled on, right? So just figure out, hey, leave it up to them. Don't convince them. Be like, hey, if you want to get into this, it's cool. Here's why it's cool. If you don't, then see you on the way up when it eventually does hit a green,
And point them at the community. That's the cool part about it. It's not just like, oh, here's a product, go learn about it. It's like, here's a product, and there's a whole bunch of people who have made tons of content and are streaming and creating.
Yeah, we're here for 15.2 years.
And they ain't going anywhere. Depending on the
whatever.
stakeholders.
Yeah.
Also like what Hex Monkey said, we all got on board because of DeFi and RH principles, delayed gratification, T-shares long before green candles. Same applies now. Explain the basics. The system, selling them on the system, or at least showing them, what the system's about and letting them decide. I think that's pretty good too.
Yeah, I think I'll speak from my experience. The way I've been able to onboard people. My background is traditional finance. Like that is what I specialize in, stocks, investing, long-term investing, the Warren Buffett style. I work in treasury now. A lot of people don't even know what that is, but it's just the management of cash flow on a day-to-day basis and investing excess capital. So my viewpoints is very Wall Street, very traditional, very, very, old school boomer type of style. The best way that I found to onboard is to specialize in your niche when it comes to knowledge. All right. So whatever that may be for each individual, it may be educating them on liquidity pools, it may be educating on the blockchain, it may be educating on, self-custody. For me, it was educating them on how worthless fiat currency is. And then you have to look at what are the alternatives, right? So then you start slowly educating them. Just not even educating them. You just point them in the right direction. Go look at this video. What is money? What is not money? What was money? What did money become after it was depegged from the U.S. From gold, right? So then once you realize it was just paper fiat was printed, then you have to look at, okay, what am I going to do with my excess capital to outperform the inflation rate? And then you have very few options. Like when you understand what money is and what it isn't, you look at the options that you are available and you realize that there's not many out there. So then you have your traditional finance, which is like your stock portfolio, you have your real estate, and then you have a business. Those are really, and then recently, now it's crypto, right? But prior to that, it was just those three perspectives, those three alternatives. Well, businesses, we already know it's very incredibly difficult to succeed in that over a 10-year period. Okay, so that's one option. When you look at real estate and stocks, we'll go study Michael Saylor. Those appreciations of those assets are just simply the debasement of currency. So you're not really going anywhere. You're kind of just keeping up with the inflation rate with extra headache, especially in real estate. You're just becoming a landlord, and the appreciation that you see in your portfolio is just the debasement of currency, which is the devaluation of the dollar. Okay, so then the question becomes solving for X, which is what asset out there outpaces the inflation rate that you see that the government debases the currency in. Well, we already know that it's not the S&P, it's not real estate. The only other thing is crypto. Okay, then you have to understand what crypto really is. What was the Satoshi vision, which is self-custody and not relying on somebody else. Well, then, okay, if that's the original vision, then you look at every other cryptocurrency out there. Everything else is all dependent on third party. So that's not real crypto. That's just another form of degenerate gambling. Okay, so you can eliminate the majority of cryptos out there. So the only thing that really remains is following the principles of real DeFi is just Bitcoin and then Hex, PulseX, Pulse Chain. Okay, but then you take the coordinated risk. Which one do you prefer to go into? Something that's been out for 13 years or something like Hex that's only been out for a few years? So when you break it down on a logical perspective, people just tend to make their own decisions because it just makes sense. That's how it's worked for me. A lot of people that I've onboarded, they come from my background too. they come from traditional finance, and they just like, oh wow, okay, well once you put it that way, I can dabble a percentage of my portfolio on this alternative asset class, you know. So I just recommend people focus on their niche. I can't onboard someone on liquidity pools, right? That's not going to work for me. That's because I'm not that knowledgeable in it, right? So, but somebody else might.
And T-shares are kind of hard to explain to somebody for the first time too. Like, it seems like you can kind of get the whole, all right, this is modeled upon a certificate of deposit. So you stake it, and you know, when you know, the longer it's staked, or you know, whatever, that, you know, kind of like a certificate of deposit. And after that, after people get more comfortable with the idea that you have self custody and you stake, well, okay, what is a T-share? You know, why is it up to almost, you know, 40K hex per T-share now? Like, what does that mean? What does it mean when you emergency unstake and some gets put back into a pool, and then, you know, it's kind of complicated, right? Like, is people like hex, we take for granted that there's a lot to it, and people still don't know about it. They don't know about good accounting. You know what I mean? So onboarding it, it's kind of like, hey, this is going to be a little more in depth than Bitcoin. Not used to it, but
I think
really Ethereum is too, now that it's proof of stake. But
I think that one of the simplest ways is just pointing them, like showing them again, like showing them how here's a community of thousands of people who have locked the product up for a number of years, like 7 years on average or something, with a nomadic, you know, this founder who wants to be a force for good in the world and doing all these things. A true DeFi, you're not going to lose it. It's not going to go to zero. We're not going to lose all your money, like, you know, all these other platforms that went down have all these advantages, and be like, yeah, if you're interested, I can tell you how it works and show you how it works. If you don't want to stake, you don't have to stake. Yeah, but here's all the advantages. And if not, maybe you'll just learn about crypto and figure out what you're really into, if that's not it too. So I think it can be simply distilled because we are such a force with so much good information and content out there already.
Yeah, like one of the ways that I kind of tie back the T-share system is like, again, I always have to use TradFi because it just is what people understand the most in my environment. Whenever you own more shares in a company that pays dividends, the more dividends you receive, right? So it's the same thing in the T-share system. The more T-shares you have, the more hex you're going to receive. So that's the equivalent that kind of just simplifies the understanding of it. And the example that I use when it comes, like when you emergency end stake, well, when you put money into your 401k and then you take it out before the 55-year mark, you're penalized. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing, right? It's just in a different, one is through TradFi and the other one's through the blockchain. And one is relying on a third party and one is relying on code. And I think a lot of people have a hard time just grasping that code is who you're making that contract with. It's who you're interacting with. And it's not Fidelity, and it's not Charles Schwab, it's not Morgan Stanley, it's not Merrill Lynch. It's you and the blockchain, right? And education goes a long way, and it takes hours. I mean, it took me 10,000. You know, I did my 1,000 hours of digging and digging and digging before it finally made sense. And then when you go down the rabbit hole, you don't stop. And I think that's the only way you're gonna be able to have that conviction where you see 99% drop, and you're like, oh, time to go buy because it's on sale.
you're all excited. Yes.
Yeah.
Would you say it's 10,000 hours for 10,000x? Is that what you were saying?
That's a good one. We should quote that. 10,000 hours for 10,000x.
There you go. There's T-shirt.
I hope we can make it simpler for people than that. But yeah, if you've been around for a while, yeah, I feel like about 10,000 hours is about right.
But yeah, I got it. Oh yeah, this book is pretty good for onboarding. It's the Crypto Investing Practical Handbook, and I think Cryptographics, and I think Vince was writing it too.
Vince,
and it's cool. It's got, you know, when I really onboard people. They're really interested. I try to show them the book or lend it out or have them get one, just because, again, people like to have something that's just solid and quick to read. Again, you need to teach them how to read white papers too on any DeFi crypto or any crypto they should, right? Like, hey, if you're going to hold, because I'm Hog Pro, I know I want people to hold, right? And so Hex is the perfect, it's the perfect token to hold because it's basically a certificate of deposit. Like in traditional finance, that's, certificate of deposits for people who hold. So, but it's like, yeah, you still have to put work in it though. You need to do research, and there's still stuff to learn about Hex and how it works, and even our whole ecosystem. If you include like PulseX and even Hedron stuff, like stuff you could take off of Hex stakes, like it's just endless amounts of things. Because even if you know things, there are certain things that'll come to you. Certain, what do I want to say? Like strategies you didn't think before. Oh wow, hits you. So there's a lot. It's never ending.
Yeah, that's what the rabbit hole is. You just you find something, and then you get into a new level, and then that gives you to another rabbit hole. And that was my experience. Like, you think you know something, and then you come across something else, and like that leads to another 100 hours of studying and research.
Well, especially you, because you come from traditional finance, and then you got into the rabbit hole of that, which is crypto, and the rabbit hole of that, and then the rabbit hole of that.
It's exactly it. Because like in my world, I'm taught to question everything, right? Like why am I gonna go all in on this particular asset class? For me, I have 15-year stakes. I have my big portions in PulseX. Yeah. But I think to me, Hex is one of the best financial instruments that I've seen in my, close to 30 years of existence. So if you're able to understand Bitcoin, and then you tie it back to Hex, and then you tie it back to the new products that are in current ecosystem, then everything kind of makes sense. But for example, when I was going down the Hex rabbit hole, I needed to understand from both perspectives, the crypto's perspective and the TradFi perspective, right? And I found something, and it led to more and more and more and more curiosity. And I think curiosity is the number one way that you're going to have those questions that arise, because you can't have questions that arise if you don't have curiosity. And one of the ways that I preach about always, and when I write about it in my content, is this isn't supposed to be something that you get rich off of. This is something that's supposed to you treat it like a 401k. So when I was at work and I was working my desk job and I was working my 9 to 5, I'm listening to podcasts every single day, or just listening to people who are smarter than me and just absorbing the information. And then that leads to another rabbit hole. And then whenever you get conviction, like, dang, what this person said is true and accurate, you have this momentum build up, and then you go through more and research and knowledge, and you just accumulate wisdom. And then when you accumulate experience with all of that, that's where like you learn firsthand, like, oh, this is what 15-year stakes does. Oh, this is what emergency end staking is doing. Or like that situation that we had a couple of weeks ago where one of our community members lost his PulseX by doing it in the incorrect address, right? So you learn through these experiences, just like sometimes you have to learn the hard way. And I think one of the best quotes that I could possibly just talk about is the best way to get rich quick is to get rich slow. And that's what Hex is about.
Very true.
I'm tired of this delay. What is it? Gradual, instead of a sudden wealth syndrome, it's gradual broke syndrome. Yeah, let's get rid of gradual broke syndrome. No more. Let's get back on the right track here. Speaking of that, Fuber Finance, what's your wish list for Hex community in 2025? Start with you.
All-time highs is what I'm wishing for. And,
me and you both.
I know I can't stream every day. I'm working very hard as a wagey. stay above boards, make a living. But I do check the price every day, and I check Twitter every day for what it's worth. Big shout out to Brazology. I see him in the chat. Love him. He's awesome. I see him on Twitter a lot too. So, I mean, yeah, that's really what's going on.
What do you all think?
Everyone's saying so.
Wish list for Hex Community 2025. What y'all got?
Wish list. Well, I mean, I hope the SEC drops the case. You know what I mean? That'd be cool. But I don't know. I wish that Pulse would be listed on the centralized exchange. I know this whole panel's about Hex being DeFi, and that kind of blows in the face of the whole
Remove
point
her.
of the panel.
Remove her now.
All right, bye. Bye.
Just
I messed up. No, I'm crawling back up. No, but I think it'd be great because it's because of the volatility and the fact that it's low. It is kind of hard to onboard people, especially people who don't have experience in crypto, because the right place to be onboarded is when something is cheap, hard to get into, and obviously not going away, right? And there are hardcore reasons why the price isn't as high as it should be. And so that's when you should accumulate. But people are apprehensive. They're not ready for it, or they want it to pump like right now. And they're like, I don't know, it's kind of nice to be able to accumulate. But, since it is DeFi, and we have other things to contend with, Hex, the way it works. But Pulse Chain is different. I think Pulse is different from Hex in that it's going to be easier to get that onto a centralized exchange, and therefore easier to onboard people. So if you have that fiat on-ramp right onto Pulse, assuming like P-Hex is your final goal, it's just going to be like cutting a lot of steps, a lot of apprehension, less IPFS links if that scares normal boomers away. Stuff like that. I don't know. Might be a great year.
Normal boomers, people of all ages. IPFS links are for
It's
nerds.
just
For nerds, I love them.
people
But
and
for everyone
boomers.
else, I'm
That's
like,
all it is.
As a nerd, I love all the hashes and all the stuff like that. But I know it's not helping onboarding. But again, it's
Like the gold back currency. The
gold backs. Oh no, well, yeah. I'll downloadable DeFi. It is. I hope it catches on and everyone's like has more of a reason to be like, okay, I'm going to go through this, do it. But it's the friction it also introduces between. There's trade-offs with these things with all the true DeFi stuff. But true DeFi to the moon. However, new onboards who don't know how to use a hardware wallet, struggle is real.
hardware wallet must for DeFi. Hardware wallet, please. I know it's hard. It's hardware. It's hardware, and then it's also hard. You have to spend money, but please get a hardware wallet. Holy cow!
I will say that's probably on my wish list for 2025 is DeFi to the moon. People remember that they want to be free again, and not just they want to make money and be free, and also frictionless experiences to get in and out of the ecosystem. Like that would be fantastic for us.
Yeah.
When's Richard Hart going to stream? That's a nice wish. He's been a little hands off lately.
It's a nice to have. I mean, of course, I'd love to see him live, but I'm kind of used to not. So I'm like, when ready, Deb, when ready.
We got a little Christmas thing, right? A little Christmas. Merry Christmas.
We had a ominous missing from the throne picture. Is that a key signal for anything else happening? Does that mean we get a return to the throne? That's kind of cool, actually. I like that if that's an Easter egg.
I mean, this community it's pretty funny. Like the stuff that happens to Richard, the stuff that happens to people, whether it's dramatic or funny or heartbreaking. Like you follow people because you're stuck with them for 15.2 years, right? And it's pretty wild. Like, and then you have Richard with all of his dances and Gucci stuff and, you know, spinning watches wherever they're at now. You know,
The twerk of an angel. So
the
I've heard that.
twerk of an angel, the flexible man. And
We gotta,
it's all DeFi.
everyone, I think a lot of people look back on outrage marketing and they just you think, oh, you know, too much, shouldn't have did it. Oh, that's, you know, everything. But it's like,
No
to me,
such
that first of all, I think it's a moment in time. And I kind of honestly you know, I'm not saying you should bring it back, but I think it was underappreciated in a lot of ways. Now looking back, I'm like, you know, some of the things I'm like, the 10,000th watch picture and calling to watch on the day. Like, I feel like I didn't even appreciate it enough even back then. So it's kind of,
well, when you have DeFi,
fun
you
to
have
look back.
to do the marketing, right? Since no one's siphoning off of your funds using leverage or otherwise, they're not going to market for you, right? They're not going to do it. So, I mean, really, Bitcoin gets a lot of marketing from Coinbase doing ads, if you think about it, right? Okay, because, you know, Bitcoin's a new whatever, and Bitcoin Magazine and all of this stuff. Like, yeah, well, whoever's doing that is getting paid for their time to advertise. Guarantee you, or they wouldn't be doing it, right? But when you're in DeFi, no one's your boss, so no one advertises for you. So that's why Richard's going hardcore on the, hey, you want to make some, you know, graphic design things? You want to mail some people stuff out because ain't nobody your boss. You got to start going out there and telling people about Hex. Tell them about PulseX. Well, you know, all of this stuff, Pulse Chain. Tell them about the bridge. Like, you have a responsibility kind of in the DeFi space. Like, if it's not pumping, all right, well, take some of your time and put it toward, you know, fundraising. Have a bake sale. Just sell hexagonal brownies.
I was going to say hexagonal cookies. You beat me to it. Hexagonal brownies. I like that.
Sounds good too.
With like a raspberry filling, maybe the raspberry ones, because it'd be like some kind of gradient of hex. That could be good. I like that.
Yeah, like
Frank, anything you'd like to have in 2025 for the Hex community? $1 million, perhaps, maybe several million. Freedom and money seems to be good. I think that's what everyone agrees on. Freedom and money, good.
Freedom, money, but I would say unity. There's so much division, and I think people are very emotional, man. Very, very emotional. I wish people would just get out of their emotions, you know. But that comes with experience and wisdom. There's a lot of animosity. People attacking each other, just like, because, you know, just let people live their life. You know, people have different circumstances that they have to resort to different ways of doing things, but okay. But that's why when it comes to investing, you shouldn't be relying on these things. You should definitely be thinking, this is for the future. This is not for next year. And if I need something for next year, you're in the wrong space, man, because you need to go to Vegas, and this is not the mindset that's going to be healthy in the crypto space. You're going to get wrecked very, 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 very quickly. And I feel a lot of people get very emotional, and that's what causes a lot of division in the community. Some people have the true DeFi, you know, core principles, long-term staking, 15-year 555. And then you have other people who are getting very emotional, like, oh, why didn't it happen today? Why didn't it happen tomorrow? Why is it taking so long? And then all of a sudden, a lot of arguments start from there. And then a lot of people start just blaming other people. The lack of accountability, you know. Every day you just see people going further and further away from the core principles of what Richard was talking about. And I think it's part of the duty for people who have a voice to kind of bring back that rational thinking. Accountability goes a long way. It goes a long way in life, and it goes a long way in investing. And the moment you start pointing at other people for your own failures, I think that's when you have a victim mindset. And that's what leads to very emotional aggression towards other people. I see it every day, tackling certain people on Twitter, like, why'd you do this, or why'd you do that, or creating drama. I guess is another way of saying it. Just creating drama because of they made poor decisions, or they needed something to happen on their time schedule, when nothing in life happens that way. So,
well, crypto people are kind of edgy to begin with. Like, I don't think I've ever met like anyone who was one of the first people getting into Bitcoin that wasn't like a nerd or edgy or weird or, you know, had bullets in their fridge or something. You know, like I don't really expect like the part of the problem, the plus and the minus of people in crypto, either like doing drugs and showing up in the Telegram, or, you know, making a shit coin, or messing up or sending something somewhere else, is it's chaos, right? And so it's either heartbreaking or you can find a good side to all of it. Like all of these people getting pissed at each other. If someone hashtags Hex or Pulse Chain, guess what climbs up the algorithm, right? Doesn't matter what you're talking about if they're fighting. You know what I mean? People trying to get value out of the ecosystem, out of the core chain, you know, the core tokens. Don't gamble with what you don't want to lose, right? If you see something that's really cool, you don't have to listen to me, but you see something that's really cool outside of the core Richard Hart thing and you're really into it, or something that you want to hold, don't fumble most of your bag, right? Like you're not going to be heartbroken at the end if you're just reading white papers and careful. Because the thing about holding is it's just as much research as people who trade all the time, except the research is in reading the white papers. The research is in, you know, analyzing the chain, seeing what's going on, seeing like what's with this liquidity pool, what's going on here, what's going on here. And you need time, you need to look into that. But other than that, people fighting with each other, people kind of being edgy. It's DeFi crypto. You know, like a lot of these people got into it because they weren't satisfied with the status quo. So it's gonna be a part of the shakeout too. The part of the shakeout of it is people that can't sit still. So it takes a special person to get into something so weird like DeFi and sit still with it. You have to kind of make yourself a guru, right? Like, okay, I'm weird enough to be here, but I'm not like nuts enough to leave, right? Does that make sense?
No, okay.
Actually makes a lot of sense. And I think a good point to that is from a positive perspective, you can kind of see that very bullish, because when you see all of this, when you just describe chaos, a lot of people just going at it each other, right? If you're just smart enough to just sit back in the background and just let people kill each other, and then you just hold.
Unfortunately, that's the shakeout.
Yeah, that's like, part of the process.
I don't want people to fight, but if they want to, you know, go to hell, emergency end state. Right? Oh, thank you for your service, as Hodl Dog said. Thank you for your service. You wanna not do what you said you were gonna do, you know? That is a potential plus of Hex, right?
I just want to remind everyone of Richard's favorite quote. If you're listening and haven't heard it before or otherwise, I think it's very important to understand this as the founder and kind of the ethos of a lot of this community too. Nothing in this world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful people with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated failures or derelicts, I think in the original quote. Persistence and determination are alone are omnipotent. Calvin Coolidge. Persistence. Very, very important.
I think that kind of thing was also in, what the heck was that book? Oh, dang it. I have a green screen behind me. I can't even look at my books. It was like a wealth building book by, I forgot. Anyway, yeah, persistence is huge. It'll come to me. But, I mean, your T-shares are persistently paying you payouts every day. And it's been more than 7 lately. So that's pretty sweet. Let's talk about persistence while holding. Yeah. You don't have to do anything for that. You just sit back and look at all the payouts if you're staked. Got to be staked to get those payouts.
Stakers get rewarded? That's what I'm hearing?
Oh, yeah. they get rewarded for their patience and their persistence in not, trading or being cowboys with all their shit coins,
Yeah, I think even it's interesting to see the liquid versus staked. It's like staked, you're with the inflation, all those rewards. Again, maybe you keep stuff from selling. There's all those, and then liquid, you're paying the price, but you also have it liquid. So if you want to trade, you can do those things too. So it's this trade-off, but a lot of people tend to gravitate towards staking, and it removes the need for trading. It removes the need for timing. It removes the need for, you still, I guess, time with ladders and stuff like that too. But it removes that I have to do something in order to make money when, the share price is the share rate goes up, rewards come out every day, unstoppable code. You can make the choice, liquid or staking, but there's a lot of people that like staking. And 5555 to the moon.
That's right.
I have a question for y'all. Why do you think people have this urgency for HEX or anything else to pump so quickly? If you know that over time, you instill these principles, you know that over time, HEX is going to get more valuable, whether it's 5 years or 10 years. Okay. You know that the currency that you hold, native currency, is devaluing at an exponential rate. Okay. You know that apart from crypto, everything else is just mediocre investments. Okay. So what is the urgency of trying to get this to pump overnight when you know that overnight pumping doesn't sustain itself? We all know that. A healthy growth is steady. Go up, down, up, down. It's always been like that. Look at history. Healthy corrections are healthy for the overall market because it rebalances the value of the asset that whatever is being traded. So what is the urgency that people have of, I need it right now? Why? I'm always curious about that. When you took all those things into consideration.
I think it's a lot of people come here for gambling. Maybe they think they're investing, or they want to think they're investing, but they come here, they treat crypto as gambling. They treat it as, I'm going to get in, I'm going to get out as quick as I can, make enough money, and maybe I'll do it a few times and get lucky here and there or something. Or they're just here to hang out. They're like, they're here to follow someone, or, just be part of a group, and hope they win through that. Not a lot of it, my speculation, not a lot of it actually comes from actual investments over time that you have confidence in a product and you're okay waiting on it to appreciate. It is just a lot of it's just mindset. And a lot of people come to crypto, have it or they don't, and you see it manifest.
And that's true, but now let's rephrase the question. That's 99% of crypto. Okay, you want to go do that in somewhere else? That's fine. Why do they come to HEX with that mindset? And then they bitch about it. That's the real question.
Well, it pumped quite a bit there, right? Like it went from, I don't know the timeline, but it went up to 50 cents pretty fast. And so I think there was a wave of people that weren't the original OGs that came. And I came when it was about 5 cents. Obviously before Pulse Chain thing happened, there was only Ethereum HEX. But that pump was significant, and there was a cult of personality behind it, and it wasn't pumped by any centralized exchange thing or anything like that, other than I guess there was the sacrifice for Pulse Chain and everything that spread the word, but it was just something that was working, that was DeFi, right? And it was really cool. So are people chasing the dragon of that initial dopamine of that pump? Maybe, right? Because there was a whole community partying with it too, right? It was fun. And, dancing GIFs in the telegrams all the time, just any side project that was made off of, HEX or Pulse Chain that was going up and everything. I don't know. Everyone wants to make money quickly. Like, it just seems to be the case.
Wishlist 2025, make HEX fun again. Funner, more fun. everyone have fun again. That'd be nice.
Hex and fun.
I mean, I'm having fun making t-shirts every once in a while.
Dang, 5555 with the biggest 5 being the first one. I got a hex necklace. Pulse on the other side, but hex.
I like it.
Hi, Maddie.
Hey guys.
Howdy.
Howdy. Well, your guys' panel was great. I really appreciate it. And yeah, just I agree with what you guys said. You had some gems in there.
Awesome. Thanks, Maddie. Great conference. And yeah,
Rock
everyone out
out.
there. Let's
Yeah.
do this. Let's do it. Get the pump it up. Pump the energy up. Let's do it.
Woohoo. So
More
yeah,
dancing, more fun
thanks.
stuff.
Thanks for you guys being on. Everybody follow the speakers here. Next up, we have Randy Hilarski, but first we'll have a 1-minute sound interlude. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie.
Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a heavy start. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Checking my MetaMask moving. Look at the hex, he is mooning. Looking at wives they be choosing. Peter is why they be losing. Pull chains out, gonna get me a check. He's gas up and it got me a mess. Remember the times he died collect. Hex had me eating, I'm dying in the best. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, Maddie, how are you doing, sir?
I'm good. I wanted to say I'm sorry for your loss.
Thanks, sir.
And
I just made it in today for the wake will be on Saturday. But I'm here in New York and be handling adult business, the things that we have to deal with when we get older. And so a little bit melancholy this week. It's not going to be easy, but I'm here to support the community. And thank you for doing this every year. I really
appreciate you coming to speak, even under the circumstances. You're one of the favorites amongst all the speakers in the Hex and Pulse Chain community. So looking forward to your 20-minute talk here, and I'll let you take it away.
All right. Thank you, Maddie. All right, everybody. So like Maddie said, I'm here because my dad passed. He passed on Christmas Day. So we're here. A lot of traveling today. We left yesterday, Panama, about 7 p.m. And then due to the winter storms, there was major delays in the flights. So we were stuck in Newark all day. And here I'm getting to New York, Rochester about 2 p.m. this afternoon. So I'm pretty exhausted. Family's all asleep. I'm here to support our community and to talk about for me how I can help you guys. If you didn't see my stream on Sunday, I recommend you watch it. It was just a really heartfelt talk with the community and discussing how to get over hard times, and because 2024 for me was quite difficult. Monetarily, it was probably top 2 years of my life as far as making money and those kind of things. But for mental health, it was one of my most difficult years. Whether it was just being a token founder with Nope and with SolidX, those were both great launches. We have a great community with my No Permissions community. Airdropped hundreds of thousands of dollars to all of you guys, and I know it was really good and helped a lot of you in difficult times because the bear market was rough, and I think airdrops were one of the best ways. So people were able to get some some money to help them through the year, and thank you to Solid Hex, my partner with Solid X. He's an amazing individual, the Fire Whale. He just loves our community so much, and I learn a lot from him every day too because of his benevolence and how much he cares. So thank you out when he sees this. I want to say thank you publicly to him. Publicly, I want to say thank you to you guys, the ones that stayed positive, the ones that were in my DMs, supporting myself and supporting people like Matty Allen, and people who were supporting, of course, Richard Hart in his tough times that he's going through right now, legally, and as far as what's going on with HEX, Pulse Chain, and PulseX. I think that'll all be behind us soon. At least I'm hoping that that's going to be true. But 2024 was not an easy year for any of us. We had a few endorphin hits. I just heard How to Pro talk about that. People are looking for that little high again, and we haven't had one in a while. We haven't had a really big one in a while, and then we had it in December, and it felt good. It felt real good. I mean, even for me, got to see my wallets do multiple X's and say, "Oh, maybe we're here." But Big Daddy Bitcoin is not ready yet. I think we still need to get over that $105,000 mark and confirm it, and then we're off to the races with that hockey stick. And I think that's going to be happening here pretty soon. With what's happening with the new president in the United States, the rules that are changing around the world. We'll have a new prime minister in Canada soon. Europe is already implementing MiCA, which is some of their laws regarding crypto. We have some big things happening in Panama. You see what's happening with El Salvador. I think that the trend is going towards crypto for 2025. So I want to be a bearer of some good news that even I look at my wallets today and they're down like 10%. I'm like, ouch, it hurt. The good news is that it could be near the end of the max pain and moving towards good times again. And I don't care if it's, I don't care about our opinions, whether we're a maxi or not. I think the whole crypto market is just going to lift off. Some tokens might not do as good as you had hoped, right? That's normal. That's why I diversified this cycle. I did not diversify last cycle. And I'll admit that as a Hex OG day one guy, that I was more than 90% Hex last cycle. But like many, I didn't take as much profits as I would like. Believe me, I took a lot. I took a considerable amount. Was able to take care of a lot of things. But if I would have had the opportunity, I would have done more, right? I'm not a young buck. Some of you guys, you may be in your 20s, maybe in your 30s. I turned 50 in 2024. So I want to see, there's certain things I want to do in my life, you know. I want to be able to pay off my house. I want to be able to maybe have a beach house for my family and a farm where we can grow our own, you know, organic vegetables and you know, live off the land a little bit. These are all things that we're aiming towards, and I know many of you guys are too. My dreams that I have are not too dissimilar from the ones that you guys have, and we're all working towards these things each day. We're just at different levels, at different steps along the way, and I feel like I'm getting there, and within the next 3 or 4 years I will have accomplished everything that I want to do. And the only thing left for me really is to help others. So that's what I do on a daily basis in my no permissions community. And when I start streaming again, which will be soon, I'll be back, getting back on the horse and publicly streaming. I just want to help people. That's all I care about. You know, once you get to a certain level financially, what else there is to do? You sit around and play video games all day? If you do that, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But for me, that wouldn't be very fulfilling. For me, I believe helping other people is the ultimate goal, and bringing them up the ladder of success in life. And success is different for everybody. I'll admit that. Whatever you may want to do in life, there's money generally helps it. So hopefully, when HEX gets going again, everything we do will rise in tandem. Now, EHEX, PHEX, that debate that's going on all year, I really never got into it. I don't really care which one goes up. I didn't cheat my my EHEX. I kept it all. I have all of my stakes still out, 55-55. So I'm not too worried about which one does better. I do understand that it may be quite costly to unstake those EHEX in the future, but they're still there, and I'm not going to early unstake them, especially because they have a lot of big payday HEX attached to them. It would make absolutely no sense for me to early unstake. I'm just a happy dolphin swimming in the ocean, looking forward to when HEX gets going. Now, there's one other thing I wanted to discuss is this new idea that's out with HSIs. And when Alex brought us HSI stakes, when he launched Hedron back, what is it, 3 years ago now? I thought it was a wonderful idea. And I was one of the people that said, maybe HSIs is a way to transfer value among us without having to use the old school HEX stakes. So I thought that HSIs were going to have legs, and nothing's really came of it besides Hedron and Icosa until recently. And we saw Actuator launch, and C3 Works, a friend of mine in my No Permissions community, he launched it with his devs, and I was just flabbergasted. I'm like, oh, this is really cool. This is a way to access that future money whenever you want in your HEX stakes. So imagine going back to September of 2021 when I was able to sell a considerable amount of HEX. I had one really big HEX stake came out right when HEX was 6 cents. A lot of you guys know the story. It was fabulous, perfect timing. And my mom and others around me also had HEX stakes, but they weren't coming out at that time. They were coming out later in the year or later the following year. And by the time that those HEX stakes matured, the value was much, much less. I mean, down like 90%. So if we would have used the Actuator finance protocol, my mom, when HEX was at the peak, say we were at 50 cents, she could have sold some of her stakes and taken profits at or near the top and be much happier and much more free financially than she is right now. And for me too, I could have done the same, or any one of you guys with the value of being able to take and sell your time tokens that your HEX is locked up. HCT they're called. And if you look at it, you will see the value that I see. Sure, I love my HEX stakes, and they've been a long time. I can't touch them. To me, I don't even look at them in my portfolio because I know that they're so far out that there's no economic value that I can access at the moment. So I don't even worry about them. That's what's so cool about those. And I preach to my community that 100 T shares is where you should start. If you can afford it, 100 T shares, kick out as far as you can, 10 years or more, get that longer pays better. For those of you guys who want to have access to more, so you have 100 T shares already and you want to do even more, maybe Actuator is the way to go for you. So just in case HEX has like a major rush and it just does what it did in 2021 and we do another 10,000x. If you have HEX stakes 55-55, you won't be able to access that capital. But if you're using Actuator financing, you do 55-55, you will be able to access your capital. And I think that's an important thing to talk about. for you guys. Think about mixing things up. Don't, the idea of putting all your eggs in one basket, I think is kind of old school, and I don't really want to do that anymore. I got lucky. Richard will say that we didn't get lucky. We were smart, right? We got smart. For me, I believe that for Hex, we got lucky. If it wasn't for the future of Pulse Chain coming and PulseX, I don't think Hex would have ever been there. I was the conservative guy in the community that I thought that in 2021, Hex wouldn't go much higher than 2.5 cents. And I'm glad I was wrong. Thank God I was wrong. I was able to change my life. But we did, and we went to 56 cents. And congratulations to everyone who didn't have their Hex all staked, and they're able to take quite a bit of profits, because I know some of you did. And I know some of the people out there that were saying, oh, go stake it all, go 55. They didn't. They had Hex liquid, and they sold. Well, congratulations to them. It worked for you. But for those of us who did stake all of our Hex, we did it. We lived through it. We lived through this 90% retrace, and we're on our way back up. Now we're getting ready for another bull run here in our community, especially if the case comes back positive for Richard and for Hex, Pulse, and PulseX. I'm looking forward to that news coming out here in the next couple of weeks. But if it doesn't, I'm prepared. I'm diversified. I chose to, if you look at my wallets, and you guys, they're wide open, you guys can see everything. I have so many tokens this cycle. And I'm really happy with what the community's done and what the community has built. I'm going to continue to work hard and be out there spreading the good word, being a live streamer once again. I'm sorry that I stepped away, but it just got too negative there. Sorry, my mom's ice machine's going off. But yeah, it got negative there for a while, so that's why I stepped away and just stayed behind my paywall and Patreon for the last I think about 7 months or so. And it brought me back to a happy place. I feel much better now. And some of you guys need to get off of Twitter. Go smell the flowers. Go enjoy life a little bit. Get away from the drama, because it will eat at you. I had this talk with another Hex Dolphin just, I think it was like 3 days ago. We were sitting there and having dinner, and he's like, man, he goes, I just have to step away from that social media platform. It really eats at me. I'm like, yeah, it does sometimes, especially the maxis. The maxis, they make it hard, man. I know if some of you guys are like me, you want to, reach to that screen and give some slap therapy. But we can't do it, man. We got to stay cordial and do, be positive for the community. So I'm sorry that I'm not the super happy, jovial, optimistic Randy that you're used to seeing. But, such is life. Lost my dad, almost lost my own life earlier in the year due to my stupidity, and the difficulty of being a founder. Sometimes, guys, I really wish I would have just stayed on the speculative side and not have to deal with being a founder. Because if you're out there and you're thinking about launching a token, double question yourself, triple question before you go down that road. It can be tough, both mentally, tough on your own wallet, a lot more expensive than you may think, and it comes with a lot of difficulties. We just saw recently what happened this week with one of the projects that launched, and it didn't go so well. And a lot of people lost a lot of money, and I feel bad for them. One last thing I wanted to bring up is security in 2025. Oh God, please guys, use a hardware wallet. Just in my no permissions community, which we have in Telegram, we have about 200 active members. just in 2024, we lost about 2.5 million is how much we've lost in hacks just in my community. And every single person had one thing in common. They were not using a hardware wallet. Every single one. And one of them, the wallet was active for 4 years. They had this wallet for 4 years. And it was a Rabby wallet. It was a former MetaMask wallet, then changed to a Rabby wallet. And thought they were safe. They still can't figure out how they got hacked. And quite disappointed. Thankfully, it wasn't their main wallet. It was one of their tertiary wallets. But still, 2.5 million total in my community. That hurts. Just like the ETH that was lost to the contract snafu the other day with one of the coins that were launched. That money will never come back to Pulse Chain. It's gone forever. A lot of buying pressure. That's bye-bye. So, okay, Maddie, I think I'm good. Thank you everyone who's been supportive in 2024 for me and my family, and thank you for everyone who stuck around and helping Maddie and standing up with Maddie and not letting these the trolls get to us.
Yeah, thank you, Randy, for speaking again this year and for everything that you do for the Hex community. You're appreciated.
I appreciate that, sir. All right, well, we'll have a great 2025, and I promise when I get home, I'm going to be live streaming much more. I'll get active again. I had to step away for mental health reasons. It was crushing.
Well, I'm glad you'll be back, and definitely take care with your family matters here.
All right. Cheers, everybody.
Take care. Up next, we have a Wild SJ.
Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.
How's it going?
Hey, hello there. It's going great. How are you?
I'm good. I wanted to use this 20-minute slot to promote the Pulse Chain conference that's coming up here, the 369 event in Las Vegas. And I figured you would be a great representative of that because you're helping to put the event together.
That's true. That's true. Absolutely. Well, that sounds great. And I appreciate you, giving us the time and, of course, doing everything that you're doing here with this. So have you done this online for 5 years, or was it the first 2 years was in person?
Yeah, the first one was online only, and then I guess the next year it was online and in person.
That was the year that I went
369 2022, and that's when Hex had its all-time high as well, like just before that. So
very cool.
Yeah.
Yay.
It's been a good run and still going. So
yeah.
There's been some like FUD about conferences and some like harsh words, and but I was actually able to like have a word with Hexologist the other day. He first of all, he has started streaming every day now, and he says he's going to go for 365 days straight. So that's really cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go, Hexo. Woo!
And but unfortunately, like one of his streams he had done, he was like poo-pooing in-person events and stuff, like, you know, and saying that it was not so good. But he did a Twitter Spaces a couple days ago, and I hopped on there, and he asked me like what I thought of his opinion, and I was explaining to him that part of like the price of Hex is based on new people buying, but also part of the price of Hex is based on like old people wanting to stick around.
True.
And I explained that like at these events that you put on so well, that there are a lot of whales that they value that greatly. And I believe that the in-person events have led to a great amount of retention in the community beyond just like, you know, the time locking that people do in Hex. I think there's been a lot of like buying of people who are already in Hex, and a lot of holding and not selling of people who are in Hex, the whales and sharks and dolphins, because of your events.
Yeah.
And Hexo was like, oh, cool, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's, and I don't think I saw that Spaces. I was in there for a little bit of time. I had to come and go. I was in the middle of something, so I couldn't jump up, and I wasn't able to hear everything. But there was something else that I heard in the same vein, right? Like along the same lines of what you're saying. And it was Funding Jim, Gary Woods afterwards.
Oh, that was a great one.
Yeah. In fact, I actually heard someone earlier in the conference mention this quote too, but the fact that there are very, very wealthy people and there are very, very poor people within our ecosystem, right? Like how they got there, what they did, how long they've been here, who knows? But there's such a large spectrum of people and personalities and opportunities and creativity, you know, like not everything is going to be for everyone. And to rewind real quick and to give my little personal opinion or like insights into what started all that is when I looked at that tweet from Richard and I watched the video and read the context, I did not personally feel at all like it had anything to do with either anything in our ecosystem.
Right.
Like it was, to me, very clear he was speaking about false, like people who say they're going to do one thing and then don't. People who give all these promises and then don't do it, which has happened in our community as well. Right.
Yes.
But, you know, when it's like, we've never said that this conference or this tour was going to be the greatest onboarding tool ever, or that you were going to get the most alpha and learn all the things that you wish you'd never known. You know what I mean? Like there's never been a promise that we've made that was something outrageous or unbelievable, you know? And there are definitely, like, I understand the points of like, yeah, like that money could be better used. It depends on who you are. It depends on who you are and where you're at and like what that ticket or amount of Hex or Pulse or whatever, you know, like what is it that you need in your life right now? Maybe it's that you want to go and network and, you know, meet like-minded people. I think that's been one of the number one things that I've taken away. And again, or not again, but another thing I want to point out is that in this entire time for the last 2 years, I have constantly been the one saying, you're next. You get to host the next meetup or conference or, you know, whatever it is, right? There's a whole community of us. And I strongly believe that we're seeing more people come in daily, right? Like it's crazy. Like there was this moment probably within the last like 6 months where it was like you thought you followed all the Hexicans already, you know, like you thought you knew who all the people were and everything. And then all of a sudden, like all these new accounts pop up. And especially for me, I the way I was going to word that was going to come out really weird. I pay attention closely to the females in the space, right? Like I get super stoked when I see another woman's name, or because for me, the female relationships I've made while being in Hex the last 3 years have been invaluable to me. Like that's been, to me, one of the greatest takeaways from this community is the friendships and the relationships that I've made. That, first of all, as a woman who's not like quite a girly girl, I've never gotten along with women easily. Like that's been really hard. Like it's like such a breath of fresh air to be around other women who kind of just get it. Like there's just some, and for perfect example, Julie, Hex PNW, who got to speak earlier today, right? Like,
Yeah.
You had asked for recommendations, and she was someone that I had thought of, and someone who I know has been in this community for a long time, just kind of in the background, like, you know, encouraging me, encouraging other people that she knows, you know, and every now and then she'd say something like, oh, I just, you know, I kind of want to get out there a little bit more, you know, like I want people to know that I'm here and that I'm supporting this ecosystem. So
she did great today.
Yeah, she did.
First time Hex testimonial, first time on the Hex conference. Awesome.
Yeah. And I love that we allow for that to happen too, Maddie, like here online. And then also, in fact, this was a shout out to Gabriel. He kind of recommended this idea, but the last event we did in New York, we actually had an open mic and just allowed to come up and speak for a few minutes. And, you know, it's great when everyone feels valued and everyone feels that they're able to speak and be a part of this, because we all do have different things to contribute or different things to say, right? Like my journey is not your journey, right? Like we've all had different experiences, and we're going to speak to different audiences with what we're saying, right? Some people are going to get it. Some people aren't. Some people are going to like really want to connect with you and, you know, ask you more questions. And some people are gonna be like, I don't like the sound of that voice. I'm just going to tune this out. You know, people are particular in that way. So
there's another point, I think, of like, you know, if somebody's going to say, oh, people shouldn't go to a meetup of Hexicans, because I don't like how they're spending their own money. That's not very crypto, and that's not very DeFi. Like, you know, the whole point is not your keys, not your coins. So if people want to like spend their money that way, then, you know, we should celebrate that like people have sovereign money, and like that's what this is about in the first place. And but overall, I think that the sentiment at these events and in general is overwhelmingly positive for like the IRL events. And I know like in particular, Nuclear Herbs like gave a really good defense of like, you know, his own case where he, you know, sacrificed money that he could have spent like, you know, buying a dip, going to in-person events, and like he got a lot out of it. And like I know as somebody who met him in person that it was like really great to see him there.
Yeah. And I mean, even like also considering folks like that who, you know, like maybe like, so I'm thinking of someone right now, and it's like I'm kind of beside myself because of what's happened with this person. But Nuclear Herbs leads me to think about another person in the community who has some health issues, right? And this person ended up being in Las Vegas the last time we did our in-person event in Las Vegas, and he had done this NFT thing that was part of the conference, where it comes with personalized merch, like personal, like, so I custom made this blanket with his name on it and had hex symbols and everything, custom made a gym bag. And when he was presented with these materials at the event, he cried, like was just like crying with joy, you know, like just the fact that he was able to like be there and accept it. And this gentleman like has several, you know, just like things going on with his heart. And and he and I have like, you know, we had talked, I got to know him really well because I wanted to really customize the pieces, you know, and like really surprise him with something that was super awesome. And so his name, and I don't think he'll mind because I don't even know right now, but so he goes by Spiffy-tastic. Not a big, you know, not someone that was doing videos or anything like that, but, you know, a contributor in terms of following people and always watching, you know, like would always be commenting on videos and stuff. And I've been speaking with him for, you know, over a year now, right? And every now and then I'll check in and stuff. And like, I haven't heard from him in months. And he was going through dialysis. And like, Spiffy, if you see this man, hit me up. Cause like, I want to know that you're doing all right. But like, you know, there's people like that in our community who knows like when like it's I'm sorry, I'm a little choked up because it's just like that those things can happen, right? Like if you go to an event, you get to see someone and this person's just like all stoked that they just get to be around other people to talk about this kind of stuff. 'Cause a lot
Right.
of people
Yeah.
don't have anyone to talk to in real life about what they're so passionate about and what they're so excited
Right.
about.
Yeah, before I had ever been to a crypto meetup, I don't know, this was back in like 2017 or something. The first time I actually met a crypto enthusiast in real life, yeah, we ended up like talking all night because it was so exciting to not have to like, just be listening basically to YouTube and to be able to have a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, and I love that. And that was part of my, pay, not necessarily pay it forward, but like telling people to like move that forward. Like if you find out, let's say you've come to one of these events or you want to create an event and all of a sudden you find out you've got 2 or 3 other people in your town that you didn't know before, right? Like then y'all can have a meetup every week if you want to, like hang out. I do want to
Yeah. And this has been like a big thing in Bitcoin's early days as well. Like in the first 5 years of Bitcoin, there were lots of meetups planned that ended up like fostering the right relationships and the right enthusiasm. And yeah, like for something that's digital, sometimes being in person, especially after COVID and all that kind of stuff, like, it can make it more real for people to be, having having a physical experience.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm thinking of like the physical coins that I was talking about earlier today that are part of like my onboarding method whenever I go to non-crypto conferences and onboard celebrities and stuff like that. I try to make something that's digital into more of a physical form. So with that being said, I want you to be able to shill all the links that people need so that they will know how to get a ticket for this event that's coming up in a couple months here on March 6th through 9th in Las Vegas.
Yeah. So we've tried to stick with the Pulse 369 branding because that's like, it kind of sticks in your head, right? Pulse chain and then 369. Hopefully going to do the events March 6th through the 9th forever.
Awesome.
Which might be kind of weird because with weekends and stuff, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. It just, it's something that it's shorter. It kind of clicks. 369 is a big numbering system in our ecosystem. So can I share my screen?
Please.
Okay, let me see. Present. How do I do this again? Just kidding.
Here we go.
Okay, cool. So you can either just go to pulsechaintour.com or pulsechaintour.com/conference will take you to the page you're looking at right now. So these are some images from the last event we did in Vegas. And, this kind of just gives you a little description about all the things that we do. This is a kind of a glance at a lot of the speakers that are going to be there. And I really want to highlight the guy next to RG here, Zach Conine. He is the treasurer of Nevada. And that connection is, I feel like it's going to be really exciting seeing what comes of that. It's someone that RG has already had an established connection with. Some of the OG Hexicans might know a little bit better about that because you all actually helped his campaign back in the day. And that was before my time. So I didn't really know about a lot of that. But it sounds like, this may be kind of us getting our foot in the door to be able to talk to a lot more people within the governmental space, right? Like, so really, really awesome that he's going to be one of the speakers. Randy, who was just here. Randy, bless your heart. So good to hear from you. So that's what we've got. And let me see.
Yeah, this is a great lineup. Lots of
and
lots of
Queen
big
Whitney,
names.
man, she just we just had a little chat and I saw her post a little thing and she's just so on fire. Like, I mean, Whitney too. Like, yeah, so just lots of really awesome speakers. Let's see. If you would like to speak, hey, there is an apply to speak button right there for your pushing if you would like to. But yeah, you got to scroll a little bit, right? We talk about the seminar, we talk about the speakers. You can apply to speak if you'd like. This is a very kind of, previewed schedule. And then this is where all the information is on what we're doing in the ticket. So here's the thing is there's a conference, right? And what you're seeing here also like may or may not include the golf tournament. So we've got a pitch fest and then the Pulse Masters golf tournament. So this is, I don't think this is going to make noise. I'm actually going to mute it just so you guys can kind of like see it in the background while I'm talking. But the Pulse Masters golf tournament, I'm really excited about this because the first time that this happened, that's actually kind of like where magic started in my life. I volunteered, Black Hexagon Kaylin at the time, I volunteered to help her out. And that was the first time that she and I worked together and really learned that like we make a great team. And, I learned all about it.
Cool.
I didn't see a single golf ball or touch a club or anything. I stayed inside the entire time. It was so hot. But this golf tournament, we already have a shout out to Axis. He donated 1 Axis token as one of the prizes.
Wow.
Yeah, we're still accepting donations because we really want the prize for the tournament to be the biggest crypto prize that a golf tournament has ever seen. The tournament has actually been really great at onboarding, at being an onboarding tool. And I wish Kaylin was here to talk a little bit more about it because she's more into golf and knows more about all of that than I do. But the last one they did, we had 4 winners who were just there, like had heard about the tournament and wanted to do golfing. And 4 of them were onboarded because the prizes are in crypto. So they
Cool.
won and they didn't have a wallet prior to that, but because they've won at a crypto golf tournament, the winners get their, winnings in crypto. So really awesome thing to think about. If you don't want to come to the conference, you just want to come golf, that's an option. Like there's all sorts of packages and different ways to do that. So one last thing I do want to just, if you are coming or you're interested, the group rates for each of these hotels expire on the 4th of February. So you can use either of those links. They're right in between the conference is at the Flamingo, and then the Cromwell and the Link are both like kind of just like right there next to it. So
Nice.
yeah. So you got options. We got links. I think that's all the links I got for you. I actually had I didn't know you were gonna hang out and talk with me too. And I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna fill all this time, and I have like Sci-Fi pulled up and stuff, but I think we're good. I think we'll just leave it at come to the conference.
Yeah.
Is awesome. We'd love to see you there. And if nothing else, like who knows, maybe this will inspire one of you to run your own tour, do your own conferences, do your own meetups, whatever it is. Like I truly believe that we all have value and we all bring something different to the table. And I'm just so grateful. I'm so glad to be here. Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for everything you're doing. I just dropped the link in the live stream again. pulsechaintour.com/conference. I really appreciate you guys putting this on. The conferences are separate in this case. Like I run the online conferences of hexconference.com and pulsechainconference.com. And there's this group of amazing hexicans and pulsicans that are putting this in-person event on. And I couldn't be more grateful. I'll be attending as well. And so, yeah, looking forward to it. And I hope everybody who's watching can join as well. Unless you unless you want to focus on just buying crypto and participating in the future in-person stuff, that's cool too. Mm-hmm. So yeah, thanks again for being on, SJ, and we'll have you back, I think, later in the conference.
Heck yeah. See you later.
All right. Thanks. Bye. Peace. Next up, we have Fashion Coder. I mean, Rachel.
Now the world gonna see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought HEX for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see, Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post-chain. Bought HEX for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see, things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought HEX for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see, Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post-chain. Bought HEX for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see, things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought HEX for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see, Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post-chain. Bought HEX for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see, things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.
Hey. Sorry about that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I think there's an echo. Yeah, my brain is hardwired to like not use people's real names, because in crypto it's pseudo anonymous for a reason and that sort of stuff. But in this case, before you give your 20-minute talk, I want to give Rachel a huge shout out and thank you because she's been running the backstage and making this whole production possible by getting the speakers ready in the green room, making sure that they have great lighting and sound and backgrounds and the whole 9 yards. And so definitely couldn't be doing this without you, and very grateful that you're able to help because Sticker Guy this year, he's got finals. So yeah, thanks for helping. And looking forward to your 20-minute talk here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for having me. And it's been so fun. It's been quite the journey, being backstage because I get to see all my friends. So it's been way fun being able to do that. And then also it's been awesome just seeing everything that you do behind the scenes as well. I don't know how you do everything that you do. So kudos to you because this is quite the production that you have going on. So good job. And thanks for letting me be here. Also, I kind of liked the fashion coder tribute. When I heard that, I was like, oh, my heart.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to your talk here.
Perfect. Thanks. Hello, everyone. So my name is Rachel, and I have been a part of the HEX Pulse Chain community for a little while now. I was thinking about this. I think I've been posting videos for almost 3 years now for Pulse Chain and PulseX, and then also HEX as well. So a little bit of backstory about me. I got into crypto in 2019, and you might already know the story about me, but this is my favorite story to tell. So I got into crypto, and when I got into crypto, my money doubled within a week, and I was in college, and I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that money could do that. So crypto definitely was like a huge thing for me, starting out within college and then graduating and then getting a career and everything. But I basically blindly followed my dad and what he invested in, or if he thought I should invest in whatever it was. Well, he invested in HEX, but he didn't tell me about investing in HEX. And so I ended up investing a little bit later on, and then got into Pulse Chain and PulseX, and then ended up making a channel to actually help my family and friends because they wanted to get into Pulse Chain and PulseX. And I think this was just about the time that PulseX had their sacrifice. And so I was making videos for them and what to do and how to use a testnet. And I was super surprised because people that weren't my friends and family started viewing these videos. And I feel like I was just adopted into the HEX and Pulse Chain community. And I'm really grateful that I get to be here with you because I love the HEX and Pulse Chain community. And so today, what I'm going to be showing you is how to onboard or how to buy HEX. And I have a flowchart for you. So my whole thing is always how to, and so I'm going to show you that. So Maddie, if you could show the screen. Perfect. Thank you so much. So we've probably all onboarded people into HEX and how to buy HEX. And I thought, you know what, it would be easier, at least for me. So this is kind of for me too, to be able to just come in and go through a flowchart of how to actually onboard someone into HEX and all of the things that come into this. So I'm going to go through the flow chart, But before I get into that, make sure that you screenshot this in case you are wanting to onboard someone into HEX, whether it's a family member or a friend or, I don't know, a random person on the street. You never know who will want to get into HEX. So right at the top, we start with tell your friend about HEX. Your friend's obviously going to be so hyped about investing. So then the very first thing that I have found as I've onboarded people into HEX as well as Pulse Chain is if they're willing to put in the initial investment of not only money, but honestly time. And sometimes that happens to, be a deterrent. And so if they say no, they're just going to miss out on those HEX gains. But if they say yes, then that's where you're going to move on and start discussing security. And so the initial investment not only is actually investing, but it's, are we going to be purchasing, a hardware wallet? How are we going to be treating our security? Are we going to be purchasing a laptop that is solely for crypto? As Randy was just talking, he was talking about how the people in just his community have lost $2.5 million. Like, that's seriously insane. And so that's why we need to be talking about security with people that are just getting into crypto, whether it's within HEX as their first token or if they've been in it long term. Some people don't know. So discussing wallet security is huge and having them purchase a hardware wallet immediately. Now, if they don't purchase a hardware wallet, this is their warning that they could potentially lose, their particular crypto, which would suck. And we don't want that. And we don't want someone's first experience or even any experience to be that. So if they decide yes, then they have the ease of mind of investing, even though, you still have to be cautious when you go into that. Now, the thing for me, at least when I have onboarded people, is I also have them download a hot wallet. And this can be any sort of hot wallet. I personally have used MetaMask in the past. We also have some amazing products, though, within our Pulse Chain community, wallet-wise, like Internet Money. So downloading different hot wallets can definitely work for that. I just like having MetaMask personally on my computer so I can go in and use my Trezor, which is the hardware wallet that I have, and be able to transact back and forth. But you can do that with so many different ones. So that's just the ones that I use right now. So you'll have them download the hot wallet. And then if we go all the way down to the second line, within this wallet, if you're going to be in MetaMask or other ones, you might not be exactly on the Pulse Chain network right away. So if you go to pulsechain.com, you'll be able to go in and switch the network to make sure that you're in Pulse Chain. And then from there, you're going to start investing the money for your friends and have them do it so they learn how they're doing it. But you can do this in a couple of different ways. So the first way is actually using an on-ramp. There are several within the Pulse Chain community. And so you can go take a look at that. Coast is one of them. There's also I can't remember what the other one's called right off the top of my head. If you go to gopulse.com, there's one there. I think it's changed now. There's so many other ones too that you can go in and check out. Or you can use the bridge, so you can start with a different chain. Like I'll use Ethereum. I like using my exchange, Coinbase, getting my money in because my credit card or my card and my bank account and all of that, they know my Coinbase investments. And so I don't get flagged for that, which is really nice. So I still actually personally use the bridge, not the on-ramp. And also the on-ramps, sometimes you have to live in certain countries to be able to use them, or you have to make sure you have a VPN. So choose your way of what you're going to do. But I use the Pulse Bridge, and then you're able to have whatever funds it is within the Pulse Chain ecosystem. Also, I forgot to mention this at the beginning, but this is how to buy PHEX. And I don't even want to say PHEX, but just to say that to tell you it's HEX, but it's on the Pulse Chain network. We're not doing eHEX, which is Ethereum. All right, next up, we're going to go in and obtain some Pulse. And this can be done a couple of different ways. You can actually have your friend go in and buy it through an exchange. I have found that it is seriously just easiest to be able to onboard someone if I just send them the Pulse for their transactions. If they're going to buy Pulse, that's awesome with whatever they bridged in, or if they were able to do an on-ramp with Pulse, but they need a little bit of Pulse to be able to go in and actually transact. So I just send my friends some because it relieves my headache from all of the process of it. And then after that, they're going to go in and use PulseX to buy the hex. I do want to give a shout out to the products. I talk about this in my videos, but I absolutely love that Pulse Chain, PulseX, the Pulse Bridge, everything uses IPFS. And that's so important as we're looking at decentralization within technology, is we're not using just a .com HTTP connection within the internet with the servers. We're actually using IPFS, which is decentralized. And I just love that. You also can download the software to your desktop. And I also have that because I love the option that I don't even have to be able to access the World Wide Web or anything like that to be able to get into PulseX and do my trades and all the things. Anyways, I love that. And so you go in, PulseX, you buy your hex and however you want to trade. And then guess what? You become a Hexican. Absolutely love that. Now, the next step, this is optional, but as a community, I think that we all get this, is the next thing is to stake your hex. And so it is great, to have maybe a little bit of liquid hex if you are wanting to sell that. When I first invested in hex, I just went and made my stake ladders and all the different stakes that I wanted to do, and I absolutely love that. But also, as time has gone on, I have wanted to have a little bit liquid because I want to make money on this, not in those specific time periods as well. So go in and stake hex, and this you can find at the go.hex.com. It also sounded like we have another option, which is the actuator, which was talked about a little bit earlier as well within this conference day. And so there are just so many tools and amazing softwares that other people have put out from our community where you can actually just utilize all of the amazing things. So that is my flowchart on how to buy hex. So like I said at the beginning, make sure that you screenshot this just in case you have it in your back pocket for when you're ready to onboard someone else into hex to become a Hexican. And Maddie, that's all I have. So that's my bit.
All right. Well, today has been another successful day of the 5th Annual HEX Conference. We are halfway through the program here. We had tons of amazing speakers yesterday and today, and the next 2 nights will be no different. So really looking forward to the upcoming talks. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and share this out, because the more people we can get the content out to, the better. And I definitely appreciate Rachel doing this flowchart, because I think there have been years that we didn't even go through all the basics that we needed to. And so I'm really glad that she could cover something so important.
Thanks so much for having me, Maddie. This has been awesome.
Yeah. I want to thank, just before we wrap up, I want to thank the sponsors so far. We've had fiat.io, and today we had texitcoin.org, and then actuator.finance will be sponsoring on the last day. Tomorrow, we're going to have some special guests. We've got Bitcoiner Bobby Lee. Also, we have Aubrey DeGray, as well as a number of people within our own community. And so that'll definitely be something to tune in for. Make sure to follow on Twitter, HEX Conference. And with that being said, thanks everybody for tuning in. And until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Insane staking on ETH and Post. We on 2 chains. Other coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bought hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got Post Chain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCA in the Post Chain. Bought hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got Post Chain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got Post Chain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the Post post chain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to bitches.